Live on Kick. If you want to join us live on Kick. Kick only. Fill documents and other things. What's up, kickers? I'm living the Vida Loca. Kick.com/Cobra Confessional. Kick.com/Cobra Confessional. Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Kick only. You had dumps like a truck. Sounds like what? What? Baby, give me a.
What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway to play.
Welcome, everybody.
Face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack.
Kick.com/Cobra Confessional. Kicking it with you, kicking it with me. Kick only. So we here now. Almost.
And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose
think that's it for the. Oh, wow, the music and the timer were very well timed together. Let's roll the intro. Then we're cutting everybody loose. We are on kick.com only tonight, going over some field documents and some other things. Let's roll the intro.
Hey daddies, it's me, the Linda Binda from TikTok. I wanted to make this video because I wanted to thank you for watching Cold Beer Confessionals with Will Bird. I think that's just incredible. I've watched a few episodes and I'm just like very intrigued. But you know what I'm most intrigued in is Big Daddy's meat stick. I heard that it's very thick, like a good old German sausage. You know, Linda and her coochie loves that. Oh, never mind. Let's not go
Big
there.
Daddy's meat stick.
Anyways, I hope you have a good show and enjoy it as you can. There's a lot of weird things that go on, especially when it comes from the realm of Linda Bindaland. So, enjoy the show. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer. Oh, I forgot the glasses again. Jesus. Over here trying to act like I'm not a reptilian, and I keep forgetting the glasses. Thank you guys for joining us. I'm Will Bird. This is Cold Beer Confessional. Meat Hammer glasses back on. Thank you guys for coming and joining us. Tonight's show is Kick exclusive. Kick.com/Cold Beer Confessional. The replays will be posted on YouTube. But if you want to see the live stream, come to Kick.com/Cold Beer Confessional. Like Jizzy McBride. Jizzy McBride's over on Kick. Come join us on Kick.com/Cold Beer Confessional. Cutting everybody else loose. We'll see you over on Kick. Twitch off. YouTube stays on. Rumble off. Facebook off. YouTube goes to private. Thank you for joining us over on YouTube. I appreciate it. I know when you guys actually get a notification, you're like, oh my God, he's actually on YouTube. Not really. Thank you for joining us, though. Come join us on Kick.com/Cold Beer Confessional. Uh-oh. There we go. I used to do a longer intro. Like, I used to play some videos and stuff, but it's destroying my average viewer numbers. Like, where there's just like 5, 10 people over there. Like that haven't moved over or not planning on moving over to Kick. They're just watching what they can from YouTube or from Twitch or whatever. It kills my fucking average viewer numbers. So I don't do that anymore. Let me change the screen around. Again, thank you guys for joining us. I'm Will Bird. This is Cold Beer Confessional. I need to know how to go about getting mushrooms to microdose. I've been having a really rough time lately. I don't know. I don't know. You have to, there's a couple states where they're legal, Colorado and Washington State, I believe, maybe even California. But you just have to know a drug dealer, I guess. Most places they're illegal. They are doing treatments with, for certain mental health disorders, they're doing treatments with LSD and mushrooms and shit. But there you go. I'm Will Bird, Cold Beer Confessional. Make sure you follow us. Make sure you join us. If you're wondering, hey, Will, what are all those social media sites you have? Well, you can find that at coldbeer.fund. At the very top of the screen, I've got Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, Facebook, TikTok, Rumble, Discord, Bovada, which is an affiliate link. I get paid, you get paid. And then there's Buy Me a Coffee. Join our Patreon for extra content, The Gun and Bomber, or Dono Clips. Speaking of Dono Clips, I heard back from your guys' boy, Thomas Mullen. Thomas Mullen says, can you thank the CBC cult for the birthday wishes? I'm still waiting on the RV after 3 years to cash in my dinar and become a billionaire and buy Maui and evict Fildo. Thomas Mullen, thank everybody for the birthday wishes from yesterday. It was his birthday yesterday, so there you go. Check that out. Go back. Okay, now I've got some funny clips. Let's laugh first. You want to? You guys want to laugh first? You just want to... Let's see. Here we go. The most brazen criminal in the world.
All right, sir,
All right, so look. Let me set this up for you. He's already arrested, okay? He's already arrested. He's in the Sally Port getting ready to get out of the car. He's already arrested. He's arrested. Already. Nothing to lose now, am I right?
All right, sir. Before I take you out of the car, I just got a few questions I got to ask you. Do you have any weapons on you right now? You do. Like what?
This right hand and this left hand.
All right.
You got any weapons on you? Uh-huh. Like what? This right hand and this left hand.
Now is not the time to make jokes. I'm going to ask you some serious questions and I need some serious answers.
Okay.
Do you have anything that can poke me, stab me, or stick me?
Do you have anything that can poke me, stab me, or stick me?
Knife, pocket knife, anything like that, a needle.
I can't check because my hands are handcuffed.
I can't check right now because my hands are handcuffed.
As far as you know, do you have anything like that on you?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any drugs or alcohol on you as far as you know?
I don't think so.
Okay.
He drank them all.
When we get inside the building.
I don't know what he said right there. He said something about, so the guy asked if you have any drugs or alcohol on you. He says, I don't think so. He drunk them all. I don't know who he's talking about.
We get inside.
Drank them all.
When we get inside the building, if I find anything on you, that's going to be another charge.
Oh,
So tell me now.
will I go to jail?
So he says, when I get you in here, that's going to be another charge. And he goes, oh, shit. You don't think I'll end up in jail, do you? Already going to jail, sir.
Anything on
You
you?
give a
that's
fuck,
gonna be
dude.
another charge.
Oh,
So tell me now.
will I go to jail?
All right.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Will I go to jail? That's a pretty brazen criminal, to be honest with you. It's a pretty brazen criminal. Let's see. We got some more. Hold on. This is right and the left. Then we have this guy just wilding out on the fucking golf course, dude.
We got a Karen on the golf course right now.
You'll leave after I don't give you a goddamn thing.
I think he was trying to fool these people because you don't expect the Incredible Hulk to be green before he goes like berserk. He's green after, but he's wearing this green shirt, so he kind of lulls them into a sense of security, I believe. Okay.
We got a Karen on the golf course right now.
You'll leave after I don't give you a goddamn thing.
I'm gonna take your clubs.
Take it.
This is even where you're fucking.
Then leave.
I'm not getting a fight up.
Leave.
Then leave. I'm gonna stand.
So apparently he was playing on the golf course and a ball came near him and he snatched it up and it was some other guy's or some other woman's ball. Like she had hit a bad shot and this guy fucking steals her golf ball.
You can complain. Goodbye.
I'm not complaining. You're the one bitching.
No, you're the one that approached me and I asked you to no longer speak.
You took her ball.
Please don't speak to me.
We're coming over here.
You,
Took her ball.
bro, you took her ball.
Dude, I'm not gonna fight you over a fuck.
If you need money for a golf balls,
I'm going to, Walter. Is off plan.
He says, I'm not going to fight you over a golf ball. Not the guy screaming, but the guy in the background. That's the... He was the guy that we hear the best from is actually not involved in the original argument. The guy to the side with his wife is, or girlfriend or whatever.
you need money for a golf balls.
I'm going to, Walter. Is off plan, you bitch boy.
I'll plant you, bitch boy. So he says, I'm not going to fight you over a golf ball. And he says, yeah, you're not going to, Walter. Because I'll plant you, bitch boy.
Now get the fuck off the cart, Walter.
Get the fuck off your cart, Walter. Oh, Michael Robertson, happy birthday, buddy.
Walter.
Walter,
Oh, here we go.
You see that?
Woo!
Been to heaven, bitch, and you want to test God? You fucking come get it, shit stack.
So he said, I'm the motherfucker that's been to heaven, bitch, and you want to test God? You come and get it, shit stack.
Walter,
Oh, here we go.
You see that?
Oh.
Dr. Doodle's been to heaven, bitch, and you want to test God? You fucking come get it, shit stack.
He's mentally ill.
Oh.
Let's move along.
You think I'm mentally ill?
I know you.
So the first people drive away, but then he has a weird staring contest with the people that are left.
You just started doing some.
The fuck happened? That escalated way too quickly. Hold on.
Bald.
Bro, you took her ball.
Dude, I'm not gonna fight you over a fucking.
If you need money for her golf balls,
Going to, Walter.
I agree. He probably would have beat my ass because I would have been laughing so hard. There's no way I could have put up some type of defense or, God forbid, there's not even close to an offense.
I'll plant you, bitch boy. Now get the fuck off the cart.
Walter.
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 Oh, here we go.
You see that?
Oh.
That's a dude that's been to heaven, bitch. And you want to test God? You fucking come get it. Shit.
That's a dude that's been to heaven, bitch. You want to test God? You come and get it, shit stack. So there you go.
Okay, he's mentally ill.
Oh.
Let's move
You
along.
think I'm mentally ill?
I know you're.
I don't know if that's a body made in heaven. Kind of looks like a dad bod, right?
Been to heaven. Hey, leave me alone.
You just started doing some.
I've been to heaven. I've been to heaven. Oh man. That's a body made in heaven, boys. A body made in heaven. That lady there's a fucking psycho. And then this one, you got to catch this one quick. Is everybody paying attention? Put a 1 in the chat if you're paying attention. Because you got to be quick on this one, guys. You got to be on it. Have your eyes right on the screen, ready to fucking go. This happens quick. It happens quick. This is what I like to call the spring break body slam. Hold on, let me get it pulled up, and then I'll pull it over where you guys can see it. Here we go. Ready? First of all, there's some panus right there. I knew something. I could sense that. I could sense somebody was in heat. And money goes flying. 20, 40, 60, 80, 1, 20, 40, 60, 82. $200 goes flying when they slam this bitch. And she probably goes about 200 pounds, too. Oh! World star! How you going to treat a lady like that, bro? Easy. He's an Asian cop. He knows karate. Oh, shit! She ain't a fucking stripper. Not unless they're paying her by the pound. Strippers don't get 20s. I saw a one-legged pregnant stripper one time at a Tuesday night on a strip club. I gave her nickels. Who the fuck you think is out here getting 20s? You crazy? Damn. She's alive. She's trying to cover her gut. It's okay. Jackie Chan got her. Damn. And then one more video just to get us warmed up here. We're just getting warmed up for what's coming. Johnny Gobble putting out a new single on from a brand new record label. I downloaded it because I figured he'd be so embarrassed that he'd delete it. He hasn't yet.
I'm Bing, I'm the king of the ring. I can do anything. I'm Bing, I'm the master of the swing. I can sing anything. I'm Bing, I'm the king of the... I'm Bing, I'm the master.
When Mariah was a waitress, that's what she's gonna go with. When she worked that corner as a waitress. Okay.
I'm Bing, I'm the master of the swing. I can sing anything. I'm Bing, I'm the king of the ring. I can do anything.
Couple questions. One, what the fuck does I'm Bing mean? Two, whose fucking head is so goddamn big that you're using their bandana as a ceiling cover. I don't know what's going on there. That's a big ass fucking bandana. And 3, where'd you get those glasses, Gucci Mane?
I'm Bing, I'm the king of the ring. I can do anything, anything, anything. I'm Bing, I'm the master of the streets. I'm Bing,
Bing rhymes with streets. I'm Bing, I'm the master of the streets. See how that rhymes?
I'm Bing, I'm the master of the swing. I can sing anything, anything, anything. Bing, I'm the master of the swing.
Oh, he's rapping a little. Hold on.
I'm Bing, anything. I'm the master of the swing.
I'm the master of the swing. He's only got that one line. And he threw in streets there one time. You all thought that video was on loop. It wasn't. It was not. That was him singing his song over and over and over and over and over again. The one line he's got.
I'm the king of the ring. I can do anything, anything, anything. I'm Bing. I'm the master of the swing. I can sing anything,
anything.
I'm Bing. I'm the king of the... I'm Bing. I'm the master of the swing. I can sing anything, anything, anything. I'm Bing. I'm the king of the ring. I can do anything, anything, anything. I'm Bing. I'm the master of the streets. I'm Bing. I'm the master of the swing. I can sing anything, anything, anything. I'm the master of the swing.
I'm Bing, master of the swing. That was pretty good. That was all right. You think so? I think that was all right. That's pretty good. I've seen worse. Now I've got a, how do I phrase this? I've got a social dilemma for you, a question, if you will. Just taking a poll here, but I want to type it out. I want to type it out so you guys, so you guys know the answers.
You know, when I was away and kidnapped and all that jazz, I made a non-disclosure agreement with myself. You know what an NDA is? That means I can't tell on myself.
That makes sense. You cannot tell on yourself. That actually makes sense. Thank you very much, Mort, for the dono clip. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. Get ready, guys. This is going to be a thought experiment, but don't answer until you've heard all the choices, okay? Don't answer until you've heard all the choices. I'll make this bigger in a second. Ready? Are you ready? In the event of a nuclear attack, who would you allow into your fallout shelter? Okay? Who would you allow into your fallout shelter? If you had a fallout shelter, you're safe. You know, many people don't have a fallout shelter. And you know you're safe. You're going to survive. Who would you allow into your fallout shelter, okay? Who would you allow into your fallout shelter? Got it? Everybody know what we're doing? Everybody knows what we're doing, right? 1, a 16-year-old pregnant girl. Okay? 2. Yeah, you only get to pick one. 2. A police officer with multiple charges of brutality pending against him, and he has his gun. 3. A 38-year-old retired prostitute. 4. A 75-year-old priest. 5. A 35-year-old sterile female doctor. Sterile. You know this is a hypothetical, so you know everything. You know about this. You know that they're sterile. 6 and 7. This is the only joint. You could let them both in, or either or. 6 and 7. A husband and his wife. They refuse to be separated. He is a lawyer. She is an alcoholic. He is a lawyer. She is an alcoholic. I don't know how prostitutes retire, but just trust me on this. 8. A 31-year-old homosexual architect. 9. A 50-year-old musician, previously, not currently, previously addicted to cocaine. A 28-year-old drifter with no apparent skills. That would be number 10. A 20-year-old drifter with no apparent skills. Please input your selection. Please input your selection. Do 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 do. Bow, 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 bow. Do 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 do. Bow, down, 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 down. Banana. Go ahead. Make your selection, please. By the way, please be advised that number 2, it's cut off because of chat. But it says, actually, I could just do this. Number 2, he has his gun. Okay? He has a gun. This is a thought experiment. I need you guys to be thought not about it. Okay? He has his gun. You don't get any more information. This is it. I should have fixed this one too, I guess. Hope you've locked in your final answers. Okay. The question one more time: who would you allow into your nuclear fallout or into your fallout shelter in an event of a nuclear attack? You were only given 10 options to choose from, and you can only choose one, except for decision 6 and 7, which is a couple that cannot be separated. Okay. The options were 1, a 16-year-old pregnant girl; 2, a police officer with multiple charges of brutality pending against him, but he has his gun; 3, a 38-year-old retired prostitute; 4, a 75-year-old priest; 5, a 35-year-old sterile female doctor; 6 and 7, a husband and wife. They refuse to be separated. He is a lawyer. She's an alcoholic. 8, a 31-year-old homosexual architect. 9, a 50-year-old musician who was previously addicted to cocaine. And 10, a 20-year-old drifter with no apparent skills. Now, you guys made your selection, but unless you guessed that this was a 5th grade homework assignment, given out by a health teacher to elementary school students, you'd be wrong. In Plainview, Long Island, a middle school teacher on Long Island has been pulled from the classroom after handing out a controversial assignment to 5th grade students in health class. The assignment was given to students at Howard Matlin Middle School on September 11th by a teacher and track coach, Mandy Beater. Beater? The students were asked who they would allow into fallout shelter in the event of a nuclear attack and were given 10 options to choose from. The choices include a 16-year-old pregnant girl, a police officer with multiple charges of brutality pending against him. He has his gun. A 38-year-old retired prostitute, a 75-year-old priest, a 35-year-old sterile female doctor. These kids are so young they don't even realize if they would have picked the 75-year-old priest, they'd have been getting laid all the time. They're just too fucking young to even know. Husband and wife, they refuse to be separated. He's a lawyer. She's an alcoholic. 8, a 31-year-old homosexual architect. 9, a 50-year-old musician previously addicted to cocaine. And 10, a 28-year-old drifter with no apparent skills. In a letter to the families of the students on Tuesday, the principal said they have launched a full investigation into deeply inappropriate assignment. Now, I figured this was going to be like blown out of fucking like... Just like she really sent home like gay people exist and like people were just freaking out. But this is the actual assignment she sent home, which includes the central office administration and a substitute teacher will be provided until the investigation is complete. Quote, our school and our district as a whole do not approve nor support assignments that are age inappropriate, out of alignment with the curriculum and fall outside of New York State standards. Principal Dr. Joseph Coladonado said in a statement, this assignment violated all of these criteria and has no place in our classrooms. We condemn this type of material in the strongest possible terms. The health teacher, Mandy Beater, was unrelated, a 38-year-old retired prostitute turned health teacher, which seems weird to no. Why do you think she gave this assignment out? You think she's just like really into like post-apocalypse? You think she's writing a book? What the fuck is this? What kind of assignment is this? Is wild. That's a crazy assignment, huh? I don't know. Comes out of Long Island, New York.
Downpours.
Let's see. Did they do a video on it? Let me see. Okay, that's an ad. Clearly, can't listen. That's copyrighted music. Walmart rolling back prices all over the place, trying to give me a copyright strike. Fucking pieces of shit. I heard a really funny
racist
racist
joke. Long Island disciplined tonight for handing out an assignment to 5th graders that some say was inappropriate.
The paper was to have the students think about choices in a complicated situation. A fallout shelter during a nuclear attack with limited space. So who do you let in?
It's the choices that sparked the...
Oh, wait. Hold on. It says, sorry, I can see the actual paper. Let me blow it up. This is the actual paper. An unknown enemy... Let me back up just a second. An unknown enemy has launched a nuclear strike on Long Island. Because of advanced warning technology, you are aware that you have 20 minutes to get yourself into a fallout shelter located in the neighborhood. When you arrive, 10 other people wanting to get in as well greet you. The shelter has enough supplies for you and 6 other people to survive 3 months. That you must survive the 3 months that you must remain inside before you come out safely. Your group must decide unanimously who will be brought in and who will be left out. List the 6 people you would bring in with you. List the 6 people you would bring in with you. So you get to pick 6 people. I'm definitely going for the retired prostitute. She could probably teach me a few things. It's been years since I've been sexually surprised by anything new. Maybe I should get me a retired prostitute just for the side or something. I don't know. This is 6 people you would bring in. This is wild. There's actually a picture of the assignment. Anyways, let's play the rest of this.
The controversy and the young age of the students. Here's Long Island reporter Shantae Lance.
A fifth grade health teacher is in the hot seat after giving a controversial assignment to her students, which is now raising eyebrows of their parents.
I'm assuming she tried to teach a valuable lesson.
The teacher at Howard B. Madeline
I'm assuming she tried to teach a valuable lesson.
Middle School in Plainview.
Shut up, Murby.
In the form of a questionnaire, stating that an unknown enemy has launched a nuclear strike against Long Island, and there are 20 minutes to get to a fallout shelter. It says you can choose 6 people to be in a shelter with you and then list 10 choices. It's some of those.
That's not what it is. It's not conditioning you to get used to eliminating people. How many of these children are going to be in a position to eliminate people?
Causing concern across Plainview. Like a police officer with multiple charges of police brutality, a 38-year-old retired prostitute, and a 31-year-old homosexual architect.
I think it's a crazy question.
The assignment was given on 9/11.
The whole.
I think they're pretty, especially on Long Island. I think I think that adds a new curveball to it, that it was given on 9/11 as well.
The scenario is crazy.
I think the whole New York area ought to be out of school on 9/11.
The teacher, identified as Mandy Beater, who's also the middle school
Mandy Beater
track coach, has been removed from the classroom and suspended.
Very nice person.
Yeah, sure.
Plainview High School 9th grader Holden Rothschild says Beater is also his health teacher and asked similar questions that day.
I think that the scenario at the middle school was a different, more of an inappropriate scenario than it was at the high school, which is a big problem, I think. Why is that a problem? Because the high schoolers are more mature than the Matlin and are more innocent.
The middle school's principal calls the assignment deeply inappropriate, saying, quote, "Our school and our district as a whole do not approve nor support assignments that are age inappropriate, out of alignment with the curriculum, and fall outside of."
At least the principal said, this is all those things. It's not age appropriate. It's out of alignment with the curriculum and fell outside the New York State standards. So the principal's coming down pretty hard on it sounds like.
New York State standards. We condemn this type of material in the strongest possible terms. The school also sent a letter informing parents. A substitute is now teaching that class. The school district says Mandy Beater can return pending a full investigation.
That's really the only thing they can say. Even if they don't want her to return, even if they want to fire her, they kind of have to say, oh, well, if she's cleared through investigation, she can return, basically. Weird question to ask 5th graders. I know. I'm going with the prostitute. Let's grab some documents. Unless you want to hear about the craziest murder in the world. Put a 1 in the chat for the crazy murder story. 2 in the chat to do fill documents. We'll do the other one after. Which one do you want to hear first? Murder, fill, murder. Fill, murder. Yeah, we'll do the fill thing later or afterwards. Everybody's voting murder. We got to do murder. Sorry, Murby. RD. I'm pulling them up anyways, but let me grab the documents. Tort, libel, slander, 2021. Documents. And on 9/20. Okay. I've got the documents up. Let me tell you about this crazy fucking murder, okay? Let's see. I want to click on this. Then I want to click on that. Then I want to do this. I want to do this. Okay. There was a guy named Dan. Okay, I think his name is Dan. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this to you. Dave. There's a guy named Dave. In 2012, Dave Krupa was working in an auto repair shop in Omaha. Okay? Working in an auto repair shop in Omaha, Nebraska. At the time, he was hoping for a fresh start. He'd recently been divorced and split up with his split up with his long-term girlfriend, Amy Flora, whom he shared 2 children. He then decided to sign up for an online dating site where he met a woman named Liz, okay? But he didn't want a relationship, okay? He had a long-term girlfriend, and they had 2 kids with. They split up after this, and he was just trying to have fun. Okay? So he was actually dating 2 women and fucking 2 women. And the women knew about it, like knew that he was just, having fun. He just got out of this really serious, really long relationship. He's just fucking around. One of those women was Liz. The 2 began seeing each other, but before things could get too deep. That's a weird pun intended, huh? Huh? Before things could get too deep, Krupa reportedly informed Liz that he wasn't looking for anything serious. Liz, a single mother, was happy with that arrangement. Or so she claimed. So he meets Liz and tells Liz, like, hey, before things get too serious, I'm just having fun. I'm not looking for anything serious or legit or to get married. I'm just having fun. And she says, me too. Several months after meeting Liz, Dave spotted Carrie when she walked into his auto shop where he worked. He immediately knew there was something special about her. Okay? Quote, when we looked at each other, there was a little spark, Dave later told ABC News. She's showing me something inside the vehicle, and we're standing there, and we're very close. I've seen a porno that starts like this, or a bunch of them, honestly. Usually like, I just got my driver's license. I'm barely 18. Today's my birthday kind of deal. Anyways, standing there, and we were very close, and there was some tension. Dave asked Carrie out on a date where they discussed that neither of them was looking for an exclusive relationship. The 2 returned to his apartment, and as Carrie was leaving later, she passed a woman in the hallway. It was Liz, who had dropped by unannounced to pick up some of her things from the apartment. Okay? Completely sure it wasn't one of those church movies. Could have been. So everybody was cool with this arrangement, allegedly. They're all getting laid. Nobody wants anything serious. Everybody's good. Okay? It was this chance meeting, a meeting that couldn't have lasted more than a few seconds, that would change the course of both women's lives. Within weeks of meeting within weeks of meeting Carrie, Dave was beginning to rethink his commitment to bachelorhood. Uh-oh. Now he's thinking maybe I'll settle down. Right? Dave was beginning to rethink his commitment to bachelorhood. Carrie still wanted to keep things casual, but she did agree to stay with him for a few nights in November of 2012. She was working on a major project for her job, and Dave's apartment was much closer to her office than it was her home. So out of convenience, she's staying with him, but they still want to keep everything casual, right? The last time anyone saw Carrie alive was November 13th, 2012. She'd spent the night with Dave, and he gave her a kiss as she left for work, but she never returned. A few hours later, however, Dave received an odd text from Carrie. She told him she wanted to officially move in with him, despite the fact that they had just discussed keeping things casual. He politely declined and said, Carrie, no. And then he received a very angry message in response. He recalled, as soon as I text her back, I get a text back that says, fine, I don't want to ever see you again. Go away. I'm dating somebody else. I hate you. And on and on and on. Very weird. Dave's family started receiving, Carrie's family started receiving texts. I'm using their first names instead of their last names, so I'm changing them. But Carrie's family started receiving texts as well. Her mother, Nancy, got a message from Carrie saying she had moved to Kansas for a new job and would get in touch to make arrangements about picking up her 15-year-old son, Max. Nancy thought this was strange, but when Carrie missed her half-brother's wedding and her father's funeral, she knew something was dreadfully wrong. Now, by the way, she was bipolar. Carrie was bipolar, and they thought that she was off her medicine, and maybe that's why she was acting weird and distant and sporadic and whatever. But when she missed the funeral and the wedding, they're like, something's got to be going on. Authorities reportedly tried to get in touch with Carrie, but when they received messages from her number asking them to leave her alone, they dropped it. So cops, urged by the family, are like, well, we'll reach out to her. She didn't answer, but she sent back messages saying, hey, I don't want to talk to you guys. Leave me the fuck alone. So they're like, all right. Mm-hmm. Nancy also told them that Carrie had previously been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, so investigators assumed she stopped taking her medication and vanished on her own accord. It would be years before they realized how wrong they actually were. On August 17th, 2013, Liz, you guys remember Liz, the first girlfriend? Liz called Dave in a panic. For months, the two had bonded over the threatening messages they were both receiving from Carrie, but now things had escalated. So both of them start receiving threatening messages from Carrie, the other girl. Dave and Liz are being harassed by Carrie, saying that she's going to kill them and she knows what they're wearing. Like, she would text and be like, that's a crazy, like they would be in Dave's house and they would get a text message and be like, I like your green sweater. Like, they would both get it. And like, they would look around like, who the fuck is somebody watching us? Like, what the fuck is Dave and Liz just chilling and somebody's got a recording of them or a camera in there? It was crazy. So Liz said that her house had been set ablaze. Liz said that her house had been set ablaze and all of her beloved pets had perished in the fire. Dave soon received a text from Carrie's number that read, I am not lying. I set that nasty whore's house on fire. I hope the whore and her kids die in it. Which is pretty crazy. Yeah, we get it. It's been on the news before. We got it. Dave also started receiving texts outlining exactly what he was doing or what he was wearing at the moment. Some of these messages come in while he was in the same room with Liz and could see that she wasn't using her phone at the time, so he had no reason to suspect she was behind them. Oh, but she was. When Dave changed his phone number, the messages abated for a while. In February 2015, he moved to Council Bluffs, Iowa, and he stopped spending as much time with Liz. It was around the same time that detectives finally began digging deeper into Carrie's odd disappearance. In the spring of 2015, detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doty of the, Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office in Council Bluffs started a full-blown investigation into Carrie's whereabouts, according to Distractify. They suspected she was dead, but they weren't sure when or how she died. Investigators had searched Carrie's abandoned car shortly after her disappearance, but when they checked it again more thoroughly in 2015, they found bloodstains beneath the fabric on the passenger seat. They downloaded the contents of Dave and Liz's phone. So Liz came in and reported like her house had been set on fire, reported that she was getting these threatening messages, reported this. So when they opened the investigation back up, they're like, okay, well, if they're sending these, let us download the contents of your phone. Let us download the contents of your phone. And they're like, okay. For the investigation, and digital forensic discovered something odd. Liz's device showed evidence that she had photos of Carrie's car. Liz had photos of Carrie's car. She had 20 to 30 fake email accounts and an app that allowed her to schedule text messages to be sent at pre-scheduled times. I've never met anybody at scheduled text. Are you shitting me, Dr. J? The detective zeroed in on Liz, and when she suspected that they might be onto her, she told them that she thought that Dave's ex-girlfriend, Amy, had killed Carrie and had been the real one harassing her all the time. She even shot herself at one point and claimed that Carrie shot her. She even shot herself in the leg. Shortly after that very conversation, Liz called 911 from Big Lake Park in Council Bluffs saying that Amy had shot her in the leg. Unbeknownst to her, though, Amy had a solid alibi. Liz's story began to unravel, but the final nail in the coffin came when detectives finally searched her tablets. On the SD card of a tablet, so they went to Dave, and they're like, Dave, we think that Liz might be doing this. He's like, no way. I'm with her all the time. She's not using her phone, and she doesn't have Carrie's phone. How could she be texting me? And they're like, are you sure? Like, she could probably schedule text and do this. Are you sure? He's like, I don't know. And they're like, well, what about, does she have any electronics that like a second phone or something? He's like, Dave's like, she's got this tablet. She got this tablet she left at my house. They're like, go get it. So he goes and gets the tablet, and the SD card's clean, but they're able to see some recently deleted history on the SD card that hadn't been wiped for good. And on that SD card, police found thousands of deleted images, including one of Carrie's dead and decomposing body. So not only like a shot when she killed Carrie, but also like she had been back when the body was decomposing. Liz had stabbed Carrie to death in her own car on or around November 13th. Remember November 13th when they met in the hallway? Or when she never returned? They met in the hallway a few days before that. I'm sorry. It was like the 10th or something. A few days after they met for the first time, she stabbed her to death. She then spent 3 years sending 15,000 emails. 15,000 emails. And up to 50,000 text messages posing as Carrie to cover her deadly crime. She even burned down her own house, killed her own pets, and shot herself in the leg to convince people that she wasn't at fault. In 2017, Liz Golyer was convicted of first-degree murder and second-degree arson. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dave Krupa was left stunned by how the investigation unfolded. He said of the ordeal, I want Liz to go away and never do this to anybody again. Nancy Rainey and Carrie's son were foremost in my mind. They're, unfortunately, the ones that have to live with the repercussions. Wait, isn't somebody going to hop in and say, see, men are assholes? Where's that comment at? Poor Dave, he just wanted to get laid. Jesus Christ. Ain't that the pot calling the kettle black, Mariah? Jesus Christ. She was an amateur. She had to be slick like me when I killed my first 2 husbands. It's because you were conditioned to eliminate people. That is a crazy, crazy, crazy fucking story. I didn't read the intro to it because it kind of gave it away, but it says, in November 2012, Shanna Liz Golyer murdered Carrie Farver, then spent the next 3 years pretending to be her while sending tens of thousands of texts and emails to their shared love interest. The murder of Carrie Farver is one of the most chilling and bizarre true crime cases in modern American history. The 37-year-old woman from Iowa started a whirlwind romance with Dave Krupa of Omaha, Nebraska in October of 2012. They'd only been together like a month when she kills the other girl. And 2 weeks later, she vanished to never be seen again. It's crazy. Mysterious abduction and murder by Shanna for the next 3 years. Garrett prosed. In 2012, that's crazy. No, they had been together for several months. It looks like 4 months with Liz and 1 month with Carrie. 4 months with Liz, 1 month with Carrie, and murder. Actually, more like 3 weeks with Carrie. Murder. All right, let's see what else we got. What we got here? Documents. Phil Godlewski documents. Here we go. Plaintiff, defendant's fourth motion for sanctions with cert of compliance and cert of service. Okay, 114 pages. Here we go, boys. By the way, I think there's some documents for some other cases as well. I don't know when I can actually show them, but I do think there's some other documents. Pending, maybe? Hold on just a second. Let me send this date because I'm trying to set back up. All right, let me make sure that went through. It did. I'm good. All right, here we go. Defendants Chris Kelly of Scranton Times LP and Larry Haleva, by and through their attorneys, Hager, Hinton, and Crossgrove LLP, filed this fourth motion for sanctions against plaintiff. August 21st, 2023, the court entered a order compelling plaintiff to serve defendants within 10 days. So on August 21st of this year, the court ordered Phil to serve defendants within 10 days, full and complete answers without objections to the request for production of documents and the interrogatories. And obviously he didn't. Plaintiff responded to number 15 on August 30th, 2023 as follows. So he tried to within 9 days, it looks like, but here's one of them. Produce any and all letters or emails sent to you, your counsel, or the court, Judge Barassi, in case number 20 CR 664 Mariotti Building Products case in the Court of Common Pleas of Lackawanna County regarding your character or for purpose of deciding your sentencing. Answer. I have a binder of hundreds of such letters which I can produce to the court if asked. These letters are very personal and would have to be returned immediately. Well, that's not answering without objection, Phil. That's just, they said, please produce these, not tell us a story behind them. Binders of women. I have binders and binders of women. A true and correct copy of defendant's request for production of documents set 8 is attached here to his Exhibit A. Plaintiff failed to produce the hundreds of letters he has from other people about his character. This is a defamation case where plaintiff's character and reputation are relevant. Plaintiff's deposition was recorded July 25th, 2023. A true correct copy of Bainton's deposition is attached here too and marked as Exhibit B. Oh, no. His full deposition? I wonder why he picked and chose all the shit he wanted put out there. And now we've got his full deposition. Oh, no, Phil. By the way, Jeff, you guys know El Jefe, the brilliant lawyer from California. He actually sent me I didn't go and check the P.O. box for a long time. It was just a weird thing for me because me and my dad shared that P.O. box. It was his before mine. And then when I needed an address for the stream, I started paying the P.O. box and just used it, but his mom's mail still went there. So after my mom passed away, it was a big thing, but I had to take care of it for my dad, right? So I went. So I hadn't been to the post office box basically since my dad passed away. I didn't want to. It was like a big thing. But I went and checked it and went to the P.O. box, and he had sent me, a bunch of you guys had sent me cards and checks, and thank you for that. I just hadn't built the courage to go back there. But I went and checked it, and Jeff had sent me a card. It was really nice. It's topped up, and It was like condolences and stuff like that, and I appreciated that because I don't really know Jeff, right? All we do is make jokes and talk about him, call him El Jefe, the brilliant legal mind from Southern California. But he had sent me a thing, so I said, "Thank Jeff for the card about my dad. I hadn't been able to bring myself to check the PO box with all the mail for Dad too there now, and I just saw it." So they forwarded that message. That message was forwarded to Jeff, and Jeff responded back, "Got to keep Will on the hashtag same team as me. I don't want to be roasted on one of his videos." Jeff Lewis, attorney at law. Thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate that. All right, here we go. Plaintiff testified at his deposition as follows. Question: the bad check charge. Do you have some people write character letters for you? Chip Littler, and did Andy write 1-2 to the judge? I don't know if Andy did, but I know Chip did. I remember reading his. It was small and it was brief, but yeah, there were probably hundreds of them. Do you have copies of those? Uh-huh. Can you give those to your lawyer? I need them back. I just want copies. They're important to me. You could have, copies. Yeah, I want copies of them, please. Can I just drop them off at your office and you make copies? Mr. Coleman, you can give them to me. I'll make copies. So his lawyer had to step in. It's kind of, you don't want to go to like the other people's lawyers and just drop off unread through. You know what I mean? There might be something weird in there, right? There might be some weird shit in there that you don't want. Phil's always had these letters in his back pocket. If anybody ever come after his character legally, he still has these letters. I don't know if there's actually hundreds of them. I would say he probably has 100, maybe, or less. But he always had these. But you don't want to drop them off at the people you're going against. That's dumb as fuck. That's dumb. Why would you drop them off at their law office? His lawyer had to step in and be like, no, just bring them to me, you fucking retard. Bring them to me, you fucking retard. By the way, if you're a new person in chat and you've never commented, please comment, okay? I'm working on my way to affiliate, and I need 300 unique chatters, and I'm at like 220, 230, somewhere around there. So if you've never commented on my Kick stream, please comment on Kick. It would help me out a lot. Thank you. Feels like because the lawyer's at least going to look through them if you've commented ever before, you're fine. It's just a one-time thing. But his lawyer's at least going to look through them before he fucking sends them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to drop them off at the other lawyer's office because your lawyer didn't even get a chance to look at them. Your lawyer wants to see them and know what he's up against. Anyways, Phil's an idiot. Defense counsel sent emails to plaintiff's counsel on July 27 and September 6, 2023, requesting the character letters. Plaintiff's counsel made no response to these emails and failed to produce the character letters. A true and correct copy of the emails sent to plaintiff's counsel on July 27th, 2023 and September 6, 2023 are attached here to and marked as Exhibit C. Plaintiff's answers to interrogatories number 67, set 8, served on August 23rd, 2023 is as follows. Identify all people you sent refunds to who gave you donations for your legal fees in this lawsuit. Now, again, I told you that when Phil decided that he was giving money back to people who did, this was a play to get people on his side, to look good. Right now I'm in a financial position to where I can afford this lawsuit. I'm going to refund everybody, right? I'm going to refund everybody. And I told you that that's just a statement he's making. He's probably not going to refund them. And if he does, it's not for them. It's for him in court. So he can bring it up and say, I refunded all this stuff. I did it. I refunded it. Yeah, okay. Answer. These refunds have not been processed due to logistical complications with GiveSendGo.com. Plaintiff is hoping to have this situation corrected in the very near future. Well, let me tell you, it has not been corrected in any way, shape, or form. All he has to do is open that Give, Send, Go page and look up the people's names and contact them and say, who is this, who is that? Most of them he's going to know. as his followers. He can literally type in what they donated under in his Telegram and be like, is this you? Can you confirm the amount you donated? Because nobody can see that page right now but Phil, because he took it down. He can see the page. He still has emails where every person donated. He has those email accounts. He has all that. He sends you alerts. All that shit's on. So all he has to do is cross-reference those people, and even if he doesn't want to be scammed, so he has them confirm the exact amount they donated, and they say, you know, I sent $100 and I sent $25 on this day and this day, he can refund those, right? He can draw a wire transfer and refund those immediately. If he's waiting for Give, Send, Go to do it, that's what he's going to do. He's going to blame it on the website. Well, there's no mechanism to do it through Give, Send, Go because he doesn't want to do any work. Even though he's got an assistant, even though he does nothing all day but help to keep Carrie inebriated, he's going to blame it on the web. Give, Send, Go doesn't provide an easy, accessible mechanism to just hit refund. You think I'm going to go through thousands of refunds? Yeah, if you really wanted to refund people, I think you would. If it was really about giving people their money back, I guarantee you those words are going to come out of his mouth. You think I'm going to go through thousands of donations and send the money back one by one? Those words will come out of his mouth when he gets called on this. And if you really cared about the money and the people, you would. I would go through thousands of people. Even if I had to do it over fucking 2 weeks, I'd create a goddamn spreadsheet and go through them and check them off as I went. A true and correct copy of plaintiff's response to defendant's interrogatory set 8 is attached here to his Exhibit D. Plaintiff's answers does not address the interrogatory, which asks him to identify people rather than give an update on his refund process. Again, identify all people you sent refunds to. The refunds have not yet been sent. This is an update. Identify the people, names, or say none or something. When plaintiff commenced his lawsuit, he initiated a crowdfunding campaign and raised in excess of $26,000 from many donors. Plaintiff has made broadcasts on social media stating he is returning donated amounts to the donors. On page 199 through 200, plaintiff's deposition, he testified as follows. Phil, when you started this lawsuit, you did a crowdfunding campaign, right? Correct. You raised like $40,000 all together. He says, I think it was a little less than that, but yes. And do you have a list of all the donors that gave you money for that, for this lawsuit? Not all the donors. A lot of them would choose to donate anonymously, and they would only leave email addresses. Oftentimes, not even an email address. I think they have to have at minimum an email address. There has to be some way to log in. You can't be 100% anonymous. Maybe that's on the Give, Send, Go end. I'm not sure, but I think you have a minimum have to have an email address. It would just be an anonymous donation. That's the problem that I have now with these donations. I'm trying to refund all of them. The problem that I have is I don't know where a lot of them came from. So we're working on that, myself and Give, Send, Go. I know the people who own Give, Send, Go. Like he knows the people who own Telegram, and Fake's going to be removed in a couple of weeks. Like he knew the people who own Twitch, and they gave him 100% commissions. Like he knows the people who own Rumble, and he talks to them all the time. They tell him how he's the greatest thing to Rumble ever. Question. Do you have any paperwork indicating some of your donors that you could provide to me? Mr. Coleman objects. Phil says, I do have paperwork indicating the donors. Not all of them, as I said, but yes. Mr. Coleman, why is that even relevant? Hinton, well, what if they're witnesses in the case, Tim? Mr. Coleman, well, if it is, what effect is this? Discovery, Tim. It's discovery. So could you give that list of donors? Absolutely. That you have to your lawyer, and he already agreed to it, that you have to your lawyer, and we'll talk about whether he should produce those to me or not. Sure. Plaintiff has failed to provide defendants with the identities, names, email addresses, and or IP addresses of his donors that funded his lawsuit against the defendants. This, quote, paperwork and list of donors plaintiff admits he has is relevant to the trial issue in this case, and it's foreseeable some of these people may even be witnesses at the trial. Wherefore, defendants respectfully request the following sanctions to be ordered against the plaintiff. Plaintiff be ordered to produce the requested discovery within 10 days or have his case dismissed with prejudice. Defendants being awarded an amount from plaintiff to compensate defendants for all its reasonable counsel fees for litigations to this matter. Respectfully submitted, Haggerty Hinton Cosgrove, LLP. There you go. That's the lawyer paperwork. There's no fucking way he makes $5 million a month from Rumble. But yeah, I see what you're saying. He makes, we saw the little clip of testimony he did where it was like, what did he say? He had 3,500 or something like that. What did we figure it up, Legend? You were there, you autist. It was like, it was like $50,000 a month on locals or something like that. Yeah, the Kick app and Kick website are still in beta. Like it sometimes it posts double on your end, but we don't see it. Sometimes it don't post and you have to send it twice to get it to post, but yeah. Like in the movie The Jerk, where the dude had to write 10 million checks for 1.28. There you go. The Jerk. Hereby certified copy, certificate of compliance. It's been sent to everybody. It's signed. It's stamped. It's good. Okay. Plaintiff's response to defendant's request for production of documents said, hey, document request number 1. During the Telegram voice chat with Savage Dog on November 26, 2021, you stated, I still have text. In fact, I have every one of them from my trial. Every single text message, I still have them. Produce copies of all the text messages you referred to in the above statement, which you made during the voice chat on November 26, 2021. This is where Phil fucked up, okay? Remember when people were saying any lawyer worth a fuck would tell you not to discuss a single thing about this case ever. Well, Phil's in this case, and he went on podcasts, he went on private chat, he went everywhere. Stuff on the internet exists for a while. He didn't say he still has the relevant text. He didn't say he still has some of them. He says he has every single text. It says, see attached Godlewski via Kelly. Plaintiff response to defendant RPD set 8. Document request number 2. Provide any and all documents or evidence which support your contention that Bree is lying about having a sexual relationship with you when she was a minor. It is impossible to prove a negative with documents or evidence. Document number 3, produce copies of all your monthly phone bills for your number 570-780-4567 from November 1st, 2008 through June 30th, 2010. If you only have some of these phone bills, produce those. I no longer possess any bills from 15 years ago. Of course, you wouldn't have the bills from 15 years ago, but you know who would, the cell phone provider you had at the time, if they have them. Produce any and all documents and evidence in your possession or your attorney's possession which you tend to prove the purported text messages, ST 2790 through 2905, are not authentic. None of the text messages in ST's 2790 through 2905 appear on any Verizon phone bill which is linked to my cell phone number. Do you mean the... Wait a second. None of the text messages appear on any Verizon phone bill which is linked to my cell phone. But you don't have... How do you know that? You don't have any of the bills. You clearly said, I no longer possess any bills. But you're saying none of these text messages are in them? This looks bad, Phil. Oh, no. What did you do? I don't have the bills. Well, prove that these aren't your text messages. They're not on the bills. Okay. Produce any and all documents or evidence in your possession or attorney's possession which tend to prove the phone records marked as STs 0515 through 0521 are not authentic. I was not supplied with a copy of these. Okay. Produce any and all documents or evidence in your possession or your attorney's possession which tend to prove that the records marked as ST 3193 through 3247 are not authentic. I believe these, so we got to be on the lookout for 3193 through 3247 because he's already admitted that those are authentic. So let me do this. 3193 3247. 3193 through 3247. 7. That's ST, right? Yes. Just a mental note, so remember that. I believe these phone records are authentic. Produce any and all documents, evidence in your possession or your attorney's possession which tend to prove the phone records marked as ST 3248 through 3290 are not authentic. I believe these phone numbers are phone records, it should say, but I believe these phone numbers are authentic. So there's another set which would be ST 3284 or 3248. I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic. Through 3290. And he believes those are authentic. 3248 through 3290. These must be on different pages or something. I believe that's 3291 to 3332. Okay. ST 3291 through, let's just keep going. I believe these are authentic. I believe these phone records are authentic. I believe these phone records are authentic. Okay, all the way through 34999. So basically we got 3193 through 34999. He's or 99. He's saying that all those are authentic and they don't skip any numbers. 418, 419, 76, 75, 33, 32, 91, 90, 47, 48. They don't skip any. It's just the 515 through 521 he has an issue with. Or hasn't seen. ST 0515 through 0521. So those are the ones he's claiming he hasn't seen, but the rest of them he's saying he believes they are authentic phone records. Got it. Produce any and all documents, including screenshots showing the number of paid subscribers you had each month in Locals, locals.com, from the time you join Locals platform until the present day. See attached, Godlewski v. Kelly. Plaintiff's response to blah, blah, blah. Okay. 023. Produce any and all documents regarding payments you made to Regent University or receipts of payments you made to Regent University. Receipts would have been retrieved from my prior bank account, which was closed in 2021 and no longer accessible. That show us you paid for college. I didn't. I can't. Produce any and all receipts regarding or documents regarding any payments you made to Harvard University or receipts of payment. Receipts would have been retrieved from my prior bank account, which was closed in 2021 and no longer accessible. That's not true. The bank's got to hold on to them at least for a number of years in case of like some type of financial impropriety or you're a fucking terrorist or something. They got to hold on to them for at least a number of years. Produce any and all letters or emails sent to you, your counsel, or the court, the judge. In the court, common pleas, lack of one regarding your character or purpose. I have a binder of hundreds of such letters, which I can produce to the court if asked. These letters are very personal and would have to be returned immediately. This is not what they asked for. They didn't ask for this. The bank holds them for 7 years. Well, there you go. So that would at least take you out to what, 2028? So the bank still has them. Anyways, or the bank account would still be accessible till 2028. Oh, the oral depositions. Here we go, boys. Are you ready for this? I could have played the lawyer. We need somebody to play Phil, and we need somebody to play Phil's lawyer for all the objections.
No one has bills for that long legend. Get out of here, you autist.
Oral deposition of Philip Godlewski taken at Lackawanna County Bar Association, 233 Penn Avenue, Scranton, Pennsylvania, 18503 on Tuesday, July 25th, 2023, beginning at 9:13 a.m. before Pamela Pratt, court reporter and notary public in and for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If I told you that I've had these for weeks, what would y'all say? Veritex Legal Solutions, Mid-Atlantic Region. Timothy Coleman, appearances. Timothy Coleman, representing the plaintiff, Timothy Hinton, representing the defendants. Number, description, 42, video clip, ST, list of videos, 41 video clip. Okay, just shit this in there. All the exhibits, the index, Philip Godlewski. Question by Mr. Hinton. Exhibits, all these fucking things going on. Another list of them. There's 5 pages, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, God. Here we go. Are we ready? There's all the exhibits, and here we go. The videographer. Good morning. We are going on the record. The time is 9:13 a.m. Today is July 26, 2023. Mr. Godlewski says the 25th.
The videographer says 25th? Oh, 25th. Sorry, please note
that the microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering and private conversations. Please mute your phones at all times. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off record. This is the Media Unit 1 of video recorded deposition of Philip Godlewski taken by counsel for the defendant in the matter of Godlewski, Philip versus Kelly, Chris, et al., filed in the Lackawanna County Court of Common Pleas. Case number is 2021CV2195. This is taking place in person at Lackawanna Bar Association, 233 Penn Avenue, Scranton, PA. My name is Anthony Cutro, representing Veritex, and I'm the videographer. The court reporter is Pam Pratt. She's representing Veritex. I'm not authorized to administer an oath. I am not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially invested in this outcome. If there are any objections to proceeding, please state them at the time of your appearance. Counsel and all present, including remotely, will now state their appearance. And if I wish I could have been remote in. Oh, shit. Now state, counsel and all present, including remotely, will now state their appearance and affiliations for the record, beginning with the noticing attorney. Mr. Hinton, my name is Timothy Hinton. I represent defendants Chris Kelly, Larry Holeva, the Scranton Times LP. Mr. Coleman, my name is Timothy Coleman from Coleman Law, PC, and I represent the plaintiff, Phil Godlewski. And on my right is Tim Bowers from the Bowers Law Firm, also representing the plaintiff. Can the court reporter swear in the witness? Philip Godlewski, having been duly sworn, was examined and testified as follows. Woo, I'm getting excited. I shouldn't have eaten all those mushrooms.
Might take a break. Anyways.
Good morning, Phil. Oh, he's doing the mimicking, right? Good morning, Phil. Good morning, Tim. Okay, I see how this is going to go right off the bat. Good morning, Phil. Good morning, Tim. We've met before. My name is Timothy Hinton. I represent the defendants in this case. Is it okay if I call you Phil? Yes. Phil, you've sat through all of the depositions, I think, in this case so far, and I think you understand this is a question and answer session. Is that correct? Yes, correct. I would ask that you answer the questions that I ask you rather than go off on a tangent, okay? Now, he has to preface Phil with this. Why? Because Phil is the fucking lunatic who will tell you a story about his grandma because you asked why he bounced a check, right? Like, he would do anything. Like, people got aggravated with my interview. I guess they didn't realize I was fucking setting him up to catch him in a shit ton of lies. When I interviewed Phil, I just let him tell story after story after story after story after story, and every one of them was a lie. Thank you, Austin, for the gifted subscription.
I don't think my alerts are working for Kick tonight, but thank you guys if anybody subscribes or whatever. I appreciate it. I got to update. Kick's constantly being updated, and I think they rolled out a new update, and my Leorin board, or my Sammy is the new name of it. I don't think it's working right. Don't go off on a tangent, okay? Phil says yes. Here we go. Daddy Warbucks. I would ask that you just answer the questions I ask rather than go off on a tangent. Okay, yes. It'll make things a lot quicker. A couple of the ground rules that apply to this. We can't talk over top of each other. It'll make things very difficult for Pam. So if you can let me get the question mark in my question before you begin
talking to give an answer, okay? Got it. Phil's going to be very hostile. If you're confused by any of my questions, or it's not a good question, or it's confusing, would you let me know that? Yes. Okay. If you do answer the question, can we agree that you both heard and understood the question? Yes. This is so he can't back out later and say, oh, I thought I was answering something else. He can stop. This is just a question and answer. You can object to it. The court will review it later. But you can stop. If someone says, where were you on this day? And you mean and you stop them and say, what do you mean in the morning time? You mean in the evening? Do you mean this year? Or do you mean, was that Tuesday? You can ask any questions back you want. Okay? Any questions back you want. But if you answer the question, we're going to both agree that you heard and understood the question. And Phil says yes. Thank you, Phil. If you need a break at any time during the deposition, just let me know, and we'll take a break. I would only ask that you answer any questions that are pending at the time. So you can't get asked a question, be like, I think I need a break. If it's a pending question, you answer it, then we go to break. Got it? Okay. Okay, thank you. Attorney Coleman, all objections except as to the form of the question are reserved until the time of the trial. And he says agreed. So objections about the form of the question may have to be argued currently. We may even have to call the judge. But what you'll see is if there's an objection to the form of the question, if Tim Hinton, he's a good lawyer, he's just going to rephrase it in a different form, right? So if there's an objection to the form, that can be raised right now and settled right now. Hinton will just reformulate the question, right, in a better format, and that'll drop it. But other objections are just noted, and then the judge decides on them later, okay? So, like, if you hear Coleman step up and say, objection, relevance, that might not make it to court. The judge might review this footage and be like, oh, that is irrelevant, and that'll get thrown out. But they need to be put in the record so the judge knows to look for them later, right? That's how these work. The judge can't set in on every deposition all day long, blah, blah, blah. Instead, he'll review this, and he'll review, or he'll have a copy of the same thing we're reading. He'll flip through it. He'll make his ruling on the objections. And then during the court trial, they'll say, well, didn't you testify in your deposition to this, this, and this? And that's on page 23 of 65 or whatever. And the judge will be able to look that up too. Back to it. Coleman agrees. Hinton says, and is the witness going to waive the reading and signing of the transcript? Mr. Coleman says, no, he's going to read it. Mr. Hinton says, okay. And Mr. Coleman, I'm going to, rather than mark a bunch of exhibits, I produced all these records to you already and had them marked with ST numbers. So I'd like to agree that the ST numbers that I use will take the place of the exhibits. They'll be given to the court reporter, okay? So instead of saying Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3, Exhibit 459, they're going to use ST 1105, ST 2369. That's the numbers they decided on. Coleman agrees. Also, I'm going to be using a number of videos that Phil produced and put on social media during the deposition. And I'm going to refer to the clip, and I'll supply those clip numbers to the court reporter electronically, and she'll supply you copies as well. Can we agree that those will be used as exhibits during the deposition? Mr. Coleman says yes. Hinton says thank you. Here we go. Phil, have you ever given a deposition before? No. And you understand that you took an oath to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, just as if you were in court? Yes. And I'm correct that your date of birth is 1983? Yes. And the last four of your social are 1234? Yes. Have you ever gone by any other names other than Phil or Philip Godlewski? No. What about Mark? What about Mark Poole? Where's Jammy? Jammy, if you happen to see this video, I secretly love you, and I'm willing to leave my wife and my whole family behind, and I've just been playing it really cool and casual, but I want you to secretly know that I know who you are, and I can feel your life energy. And we're destined to be together. Twin flames. That's what we are. Anyways, you don't have any aliases? No. Have you ever served in the U.S. military? No. Are you feeling okay today? Oh. Are you feeling okay today? Yes. You're in good health? Yes. Clear-headed? Yes. Are you under the influence of any medication? No. You've had no alcohol to drink? No. Mr. Coleman says yes. The witness says, I know. Mr. Hinton gets back into it, I guess. I guess they were going to object. Do you have any conditions that would affect your memory or your ability to understand my questions today? No. Are you currently under the care of a doctor for any conditions? He's basically going through all this bullshit. That's a lie, Jamie. I fucking hate you. Hope you burn in the deepest pits of hell. Okay, Jamie? He's going through everything. They would do this with like anybody. This would be any shit they come up with after the fact and say, I was drunk, I was under, I was intoxicated, I was on birth control, whatever. Now, there was a point in time that you were treating at Dr. Burge's office. Is that correct? Correct. And you were treating for some anxiety and depression. Correct. And if we can turn in the notebook to ST 1562, I'm going to ask you some questions about those documents. Do you have that page in front of you, Phil? Yes. Okay. So this is a treatment with somebody in Dr. Berger's office, Monica Stroz, S-T-R-O-Z. Is that correct? Correct. Yeah, I almost went off on a tangent because you were talking about pajamas. That's exactly right. Correct. And do you remember seeing Monica Stroz? Yes, I believe I only saw Monica once. It was through a telehealth meeting, conference, whatever you want to call it, appointment. Yeah, again, there's already a tangent. Because of COVID at the time? Yeah, I believe it was because of COVID or just because it was more convenient for both of us. I don't really recall. But shortly after I spoke to Monica, she left the practice, so I only talked to her one time. So the doctor that's treating Phil, he's only ever seen her once, but he's so anxious and so depressed with his rolling in fucking millions of dollars and wiping his tears with your nanas, your nanas, fucking $100 bills from her Social Security check. So on ST 1562, there's a section in the document entitled HPI. Do you see that? Yes. That's, I believe, the history section that the medical provider obtains from the patient. And I'm going to refer to that section of it right from the beginning. It reads, and then it's all blacked out. Did I read that correctly? Yes. And that's true, right? Yes. Next sentence reads, was that information that you provided to Monica? Yes. Reading on, it says, is in quotes. Did I read that correctly? Yes. Is that information you provided to Monica? Yes. Was that information you provided to Monica? Yes. Another blanked out portion. Is it true information you gave to Monica? Yes. Another blanked out section. All true. I believe it says, but you said has, but yes. Other than that, yes. Past tense. Okay. Whether it's has or had, it's true. You had a good upbringing. Okay. So they went into his past. Present tense, past tense, but yes. Correct. So he's already correcting grammar. Here we go. All right. It's a true statement. Yes. You had a good upbringing from, yes. Marie and John. Yes. Something. Did you tell that to Monica? Yes. Blank. Is that correct? I believe that should read blank, blank, but yes, that is what I told her. Okay. Blank, 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 blank. Correct. Is that what you told her? Correct. So the problem for 3 years was that 3 years before you had blank. 3 years before you had blank. Correct. Objection. The witness. The problem that I was referring to Monica, I believe, started happening around the time that my ex-wife Dory was pregnant with their kid. So that would have been at some point in 2016. Those problems continued on throughout Dory's pregnancy, as well as after the birth of our kid. And simultaneously, the problems that I was referring to didn't just have to do with marriage problems, but they also had to do with high stress levels and anxiety that I was having because I was as it says in the document, running multiple businesses at the time. So there was a lot of people that depended on me, a lot of families that depended on me for their success. And I felt an overwhelming responsibility not only to my family, which was going through obvious changes for the first time having a baby. We had an infant and now we're having another one, but also the people that relied upon me for running the businesses that I was running. Thank you. I want to go down a few lines in the report from Monica to the line that reads blank. Do you see that line? Yes. And that's when you had an affair with Miranda Polidori. And that's when you had an affair with Miranda Polidori. Or was that some other girl? That 2017, I'm unsure of the year, but I was referring to Miranda. I just don't know if I told her the right year. Reading on, it says blank. Is that what you told Monica? Yes. Blank. What are you referring to there, if you remember? I do remember. It's a little bit of a story, but I'll try to keep it short. Here we go. Tangent. Tangent. His dick don't work, basically. He's got, I think the medical term for it is macoxaflopping. I do remember. It's a little bit of a story, but I'll try to keep it short. I got a call one day while I was at the office at an agency from a homeowner that lived in Highland Park, I believe, or Highland Hills in Pittston, to come look at her property and evaluate it. The type of thing that happened regularly as a real estate broker. So either that day or the next day or within the next few days, I went to look at the property and met with the husband and the wife. And when I walked in, I thought it was the most beautiful home to that point in my career, which was probably 14 or 15 years that I'd ever been in. Knowing the by the way, none of these numbers are going to be right. He hasn't been alive long enough to do fucking real estate as long as he fucking claims. Knowing that the problems that Dory and I were having, I always try to find a reset button for a situation to try to make the situation better, whatever it may be. And I thought, if I were to buy this house, maybe it was a reset for the problems that we were having in our marriage. So let me stop you there, Phil. Sure. I don't want to get bogged down on this because it's not, I want to move on a little bit. Long story short, I ended up writing an offer without Dory knowing that I wrote an offer for the property and I was going to surprise her with the closing of the house. But it was secretive and I didn't want her to know that I was doing it because I thought her state of mind would have prevented it from actually happening. Reading on Monica's record, she writes, blank, is that true? Yes. Blank, true? Yes. Blank, is that true? Yes. And is that Miranda you're referring to there? Yes. And she worked for you at the agency? Yes. Blank, true, yes. Blank, true, yes. Blank, true, yes. Blank, correct, yes. Blank, correct. Yes, I'm just too, I don't know if it was 2018, might have been 2017. I don't remember when I started, but yes, it's a true statement. Okay, do you still take Viagra? Yes. Have you taken it continuously from the time you started it? Yep, never miss a day. The dosage is the same. I think they started me at 50 milligrams. It was effective, but I knew friends of mine, agents of mine that were, it's not Viagra, agents of mine that worked for me at the time, they were also taking it and they were on 100 milligrams. So I went back to my primary care provider and asked if it would be reasonable for me to go to 100 milligrams. This was only probably within the first 2 or 3 months of being prescribed the medication. So I've been 100 milligrams ever since like 2018. Yeah. Blank. True. Yes. And you're doing well on the blank now. Yep. Keeps you in a good place. It does. Yeah. Blank, blank, blank. True. Yes. Blank. Is that correct? That is what I believed at the time. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any records of you getting mental health treatment since June of 2021. Have you had any treatment since that time? I don't believe so. I have some not on record anyways. I do have friends that are doctors that I speak to confidentially and off the record about certain things, but I've never been to treatment since I was I believe it was at Dr. Kuna's office. I have 2 visits with Dr. Kuna. You can see them. Go to ST 1567 and you'll see a visit for May 16th, 2021. Blank. Did I read that correct? Yes, correct. Okay, those are the issues you talked to John Kuna about on the day. It wasn't John Kuna. It was one of his, I don't remember her name, but it was a female PA. Okay, am I correct in the following month? In June, you were facing a sentencing hearing with Judge Barassi regarding the bad check and the doctoring bank records charge. Correct? You were there for that.
Well, it was on Zoom, right? I watched it on Zoom. Uh-huh. And you went to jail for 30 days for that charge. Is that correct? Correct. And you were feeling some stress over that upcoming hearing coming up. Yes. And then you saw somebody in John Kuna's office next on June 8th, 2021 regarding blank. My sentence started on June 22nd, so that June 8th appointment that you're referencing would have been before the sentence, but yes. Now, do you still take a drug called sertraline? Do you still take a drug called sertraline? It's a medication used to manage and treat the major depressive disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, panic disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, premenstrual dysphoric disorder. That's probably Phil. Premenstrual dysphoric disorder. And social anxiety disorder. Sertraline. Sertraline is a generic form of blank. It is the drug that you were referencing in the last document. So this is a drug that he's been talking about. This is Zoloft. Is its common name. That's what they were talking. 100 milligram Zoloft. And you take sildenafil. Sildenafil. For erectile dysfunction. This is Viagra. You take Viagra. And you take Viagra for occasionally, okay, prior to sex, correct? Yes. Now look at Phil. You all you had to do was let this go, bro. All you had to do was now motherfuckers in here and being like, oh, so you have to take moxiflopin, 20 milligram injection straight into the penile organ, bro. You brought this on yourself. You're taking Viagra, and now the whole world knows. It's a vasodilator. So basically what it does is if you don't know an erection, obviously it doesn't have a bone or anything. It is literally more blood goes there. So Viagra works by relaxing the muscles and arteries inside, dilates and relaxes the muscles and arteries inside the muscles and arteries inside the penis, which helps them fill up with blood easier to get an erection, right? So it specifically in that area, it works by dilating the vessels and relaxing the muscles so blood can fill them in, okay? And when blood fills them in, that's an erection. That's why I keep my blood pressure about twice the normal standard, because I like that motherfucker to go up in there and swell. It looks like a baby's arm holding an apple. You know what I'm saying? It looks like a baby's arm holding an apple. I like my blood pressure so high that Mariah can take my pulse during intercourse. She's like, oh, 132. You're doing good. That's up a little bit from last week. Like that, okay? Yeah, he says yeah. Now looking at page 16, I'm sorry, 1563, under section entitled marital. Do you see that about the middle of the page? And then it says blank? Yes. Yes. Let's focus on that paragraph. You get to the section on education. And the Monica Strors from Dr. Burgess' office wrote blank. Do you see that? Yes. Is that information you gave Monica? I'm unsure what college credit total means. This is a guy that claims he has multiple degrees, but he doesn't understand what college credits are. How does a penis break? It is attached in a certain way that you can't. With direct trauma, you can increase the pressure
in the penile muscle in such a way that it will rupture out the back of it. Basically, I think it's called cavernosa or some shit like that. I had to look this up one time. And that it'll rupture out the back of it. Yeah, there you go. Let me look up that word. What? I think it's cavernossa. Is that it? No. The cavernosa, individually called the corpus cavernosum, form most of your penis. They are filled with erectile tissue. This tissue contains nerves, blood vessels, and muscle fibers. The inside of the cavernosa is almost like Swiss cheese, and the spaces between the tissue allows blood to flow in, and those rupture. That's how you break a penis. There's also like a ligament that it like hangs down from, like just inside, that can rip as well. But anyways, doesn't matter. I'm unsure what college credit total means. That would be the total amount of college credits you have, you dumb fuck. How about you've got 5 years worth of credits but no degree? Is that what you meant? To be honest with you, I don't remember exactly what I said to Monica. I was in school for 4 or 5 years, although they were not 5 full years, and they were separated in some cases by either months or years in between. Imagine going to college. You're like, well, I took 3 months off and then just made up my own semester. I don't think that's something I would have said because it's not true. So Phil says, I don't think I would have said that I have 5 years of college credits because that's not true. Under section of the ST 1563, it says blank. Is that information you gave to Monica? Half of that's true. I don't have a master's degree. That's a completely different thing than Masters of the Arts. Masters of the Arts, I believe, is an associate's degree, or maybe even less than that. What? Masters of the Arts is the holder of a master's degree awarded by universities and in many countries. It's usually contrast with the degree is usually contrasted with a master's of science. So if you have like a science-based degree, you'll get a master's of the science in, engineering, right? If you have something like education, you'll have a master's of the arts in education. It'll be abbreviated as an MA or an AM sometimes, with or without periods. So they're typically subjects that are studied within the scope of what they call it's under humanities, right? Which is like social sciences. So history, literature, public admin, poli-sci, communication, law, diplomacy. Those would all be masters of the arts in those fields, in linguistics, right? In public admin, in communication. A master's of science would be like a hard science field. Let's look up some of the examples. A master's of science is in a field of science awarded by universities. It's in contrast to the master's of the arts degree. The master's of science is typically granted for studies in science, engineering, and medicine. So if it's science, engineering, or medicine category, it's a master's of science. If it's in any of the other ones like arts and social studies and education, business admin, well, that'd be an MBA, but it's in poli-sci or public speaking, it's a master's of the arts. Okay, and they're basically the same thing. They're both master's degrees, but it's just the wording, right? You wouldn't get a master's of science in political science because that's not a hard science. You get a master's of the arts in political science, and you wouldn't get a master's of the arts in geology like someone just said in chat. You get a master's of science, right? But it's still they're all master's degrees. It's just the wording of it depending on what format it follows under. That's why Phil's Harvard diploma looks so fucking weird when he had it. Like, he just copied and pasted some other shit and put his name in there. Back to it. But I obviously don't have a master's degree. And then Masters of the Arts. Masters of the Arts, I believe, it's an associate degree or maybe even less than that. So she may have taken what I said out of confusion and she wrote master's degree, but I obviously don't have a master's degree. So that's absolutely a lie. This would be a master's degree. Whether it says Masters of the Arts, whether it says Masters of Science, whether it says a master's of what, this is a master's degree. Okay? Like you have mastered this. Many people go back and do this. My nephew, who's getting ready to move to Europe, he's gonna get his master's degree when there. So it's a graduate degree. After you already have a bachelor's degree, you go back and get a master's degree. And depending on your field, it can take like 1 to 3 to 4 years on top of you already getting a bachelor's degree, right? And most, well, I can't say every, most colleges have a requirement that you already have a bachelor's degree. You can't, I'm sure there's some hole-in-the-wall college that'll just sell you a master's degree. Hell, Phil found one. But most of them say you have to have a bachelor's degree in a relative area. Some institutions are flexible, like you might have went for this, but you want to come back to get a master's in education. But others are pretty stringent about they have to be relatable, right? You have to relate to get a master's. Yeah, your bachelor's has to be related to your master's. Then you have to, on top of that, after you finish your study work, most colleges make you have like a minimum GPA to pass, obviously, and then you have to have a thesis paper, or some places call it a capstone project. So like a master's project, like a project you worked on that has something to do with your degree, or an internship. So you might get a master's of education instead of doing a project that you went and worked with like one of the top educators in the region who's also like the principal or something, and get your master. You might do an internship to get it. Okay. And there's the two most common are Masters of Arts and Masters of Science. Masters of Arts for the humanities and Master of Science for the science. I think any type of technical field that has to do with science. There can be an overlap between those two. Like if you get special ed, I know this is one for sure. If you get a master's in special ed, there's some people that'll put that as a science, and there's some people that'll put that as a Master's of Arts. It doesn't really matter. It's still a master's degree. Got it? Anyways, he's trying to claim that that's less than an associate's degree. I believe it's an associate's degree, which is 2 years usually on the usual plan. Some people get them quicker, some people get them longer, or maybe even less than that. Less than an associate's degree. Less than an associate's degree. But he's running around claiming that he's got a Master's of the Arts in. There's no way he took an online course at Harvard and got a master's degree. He doesn't even understand what college credits are. And he's saying all this shit under oath. And people think that, oh, he said it under oath, that means he's got to be telling the truth. No, that means that he's lying under oath. Under oath doesn't magically tell the truth. People lie under oath all the time, and some of them get caught. Fucking retard. Did you tell her that you attended Regent University? I don't know if I had told her that I attended. What date was this? I don't remember if I told her that I attended or I was planning on attending, but I know I mentioned it to her for sure. Okay, then reading on to ST1. The only reason these are blacked out, when we get further down here, they shouldn't be blacked out. This is medical stuff is the reason it's blacked out. Okay, then reading on to ST1563, it says blank. Did you tell Monica Strors that on May 3rd, 2021, you attended a program at Harvard Business School on negotiation mastery? Same as to the last one. I don't know if I told her that I did attend it or I planned on attending it. I can't remember exactly what I told her. And this is obviously very vague, so I'm not sure. Question. Is it your testimony here, Phil, that you never attended Regent University or any programs at Regent University? Here we go. Here we go. We're going to get sidetracked, right? Tangent time. It's a complicated answer because I thought I did until you did Discovery. What? What? I thought I went to college until you called the college and they told you I didn't go there. It's complicated. I thought, did you ever serve in the military? Well, I kind of remember Vietnam, but then you guys said I don't have a service record, so I have no fucking idea, man. I thought I did until you did Discovery. I thought I did. Is he going for an insanity plea? I'm going to text all this out and send it to him in a text message. It's a complicated answer because I thought I did until you did Discovery. Okay, well, Phil. It's like talking to a toddler. Like, no. We got to take our medicine before we, okay. But here I am, Phil. I've got your airplane spoon and I've got your medicine bottle. I'm going to supply you with these things. And all you have to do is open the hanger. No. You didn't already take it. But I thought I already took it yesterday. No. You did. We got your medicine. Open the hanger. Here comes the airplane. But I already thought that the airport was closed. No. I'm supplying you with the airplane spoon and the medicine. You have the hanger. Somebody's got to open the hanger. Okay, well, Phil, I supplied you with a letter and emails from Regent University that they don't have your name or any variation of your name in their records, that you ever attended any program there. You saw that record, right? Right? Tangent time. I saw that one as well as the one from Harvard, which caused me to answer the last question that you asked as the way I answered it. I had been under the impression since I signed up for those courses that I did attend and I did take those courses as I intended. Apparently, and I took a course. Apparently, I did not take a course at the institutions that I thought I did. I think your records and Discovery actually showed that I did register with one or both of the schools. I was registered to take the course, but I never completed the course. So somewhere along the line, I think I got duped. So somehow, Phil's claiming that he got scammed into college. Thank you, Carol Parkinson. I see your comment. I don't read them all, but thank you. He got scammed into college, and there is no record of him ever attending. Wow, somehow I got duped. They told me they were from Regents, and if I sent them money, they would send me something to hang on my wall. Now, I didn't want it on my wall, but my mom, you see, my mom was very proud of me being in Mensa. So everything that came to the house, she framed it and hung it up behind me as a full-grown man, divorced in my house alone with my wife and kid left. She hung them all up right behind me. She loved me, you know, just trying to prove her love to me, I think. Did you see did you see the Masters of Arts I got in Sandwich Compilation Mastery? That's signed by Jared Fogle himself, the man. So I think maybe I got duped somewhere because I've been to fucking Sandwich University. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, it was on 123 PETA Drive. I remember the address well. You just put it in my GPS. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ, Phil. Phil. He's trying to stay so calm. Phil. I haven't supplied any records in this case that you registered for a course at Regent. I thought we were talking about Harvard and Regent, but Harvard definitely had the registration. I remember seeing it from your paperwork. I don't remember seeing anything for Regent. You're right. So, during the deposition of the 2 Harvard degrees that you supplied, one from Harvard University and one from Harvard Business School, all they had from you was an inquiry online about attending a program there. No registration. Basically, he filled out the pop-up. The pop-up that says, hey, can we chat? He filled out a pop right here. I would like to receive more information. I am Phil Godlewski. Sure, what's your email? Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. This is what he did. Hi there. Can I help you learn more about negotiation mastery? I clicked, I would like to receive more information. Sure, what is your email? Baseball coach banging 15-year-old broads at gmail.com. This is a reenactment. There you go. Baseball coach banging 15-year-old broads at This is an actual reenactment. This is how it went down. Okay? An actual reenactment. To the best of my knowledge. I may be duped. I may have gotten duped. Thank you. You receive an email shortly. Is there anything else I can start with? No, I found what I needed. Thank you for chatting with me today. There you go. That's as much as Phil did. He didn't even do the fully online 6-week course maximum. They recommend people take 6 weeks to do it for like $300 at the time. It's like $1,700 now, but at the time it was like $300 or $600. At the time he claimed he took it, he didn't even do that. So what I just did was a fucking reenactment of baseball coach banging 15-year-old broads at gmail.com. We'll pretend that's Phil. I would like more information. All they had from you was an inquiry online about attending a program there. Phil says, right. All they had is an inquiry. And I think it was from maybe August or September of 2020. 2020. Objection! Have you seen any records that you actually registered for a program at Harvard? Here's what happened. And I wish I had a better explanation. Have you ever registered for a program at Harvard? Here's what happened. Now, I wish I had... look, you know me. Everything I try to do just blows up my face. But here's the story. Here's the story. Hinton stops him and says, well, let's just get a yes or no first to the first question. No. Objection! somebody, I need somebody record objection and send it to me as an MP3 so I can play it. I want Dr. J Banana to record her screaming objection at the top of her lungs and send it to me immediately so I can play it. You haven't seen any records, not from Harvard or Regent. I have seen certificates that say I completed the course that you printed off. I have seen, I believe somebody here, a guy named Gil Godlewski, had a few documents that say I completed the course. I don't remember joining there, signing up for it, and I didn't pay for it. And both schools are saying I never attended there. But I do remember seeing, was there a document or something floating around that said I attended the course? Was that something that I can't remember. Hard for me to keep up. I got to do mushrooms more often. Good things fucking happen. But I do remember, I have seen certificates that say I completed the course. But again, I think I was scammed. Or maybe through I think I was trying to, I don't want to get into that. But I think I was excited about taking the course and getting the course, and I overlooked and getting the certificates, and I overlooked various details that I normally would not overlook. So you attended 0 minutes, 0 hours, 0 days of a course, and then you got excited because they mailed you a certificate, and you're like, I went to college. Got a master's of the arts in negotiation. Yeah. I can tell you the difference between a dill and a kosher pickle. And what you want, an Italian herbs and cheese? That's actually, a lot of people don't know this, but the sandwich mastery diploma is actually printed on Italian herbs and cheese. You just flip that bad boy over, warm it up for 3 minutes in the lower oven, you're good to go. What do you want on it? Jesus Christ. Bill, these courses would have been online courses. Yes. Okay. You never went to the actual campus of Harvard University. I've been to the campus of Harvard University, yes. But you didn't. You don't take the course there, no. But I was scammed. They could have told me to show up at fucking Birmingham, Alabama airport to take it. I don't fucking know. I was scammed. Okay. So you weren't actually in a classroom for a Harvard program. No. And you weren't actually in a classroom for a Regent University program. No. As far as I know, Regent is only an online academy. Okay. Regent University is a Christian university in Virginia Beach, Virginia. It was founded by Pat Robinson in 1977 as a Christian Broadcasting Network University and changed its name to Regent University in 1990. Regent offers on-campus programs as well as distance education. Lie. Under oath. Again. And in order to sign up for any of these programs, you had to pay money. Correct? Yes. And have you searched for any records showing a credit card payment or a canceled check or anything to Harvard University or Regent University? I was actually very excited to search for the receipts that I had for these universities because of your inquiries into them for the last several months or for the last year. The problem is, in the last year or two, mainly within the last year, I have switched bank accounts 6 or 7 times, and communicating with my old bank is impossible. To try to get statements, to try to get anything at all. I don't have those records anymore. I don't have an online login anymore. I don't have the statements. I always did electronic statements. I just don't have them. They would be in his email. That would be easy as fuck to get. I just don't have them. I would love to show you the fact that I paid someone something for what I thought was an invoice for the certificates that I think I got. Phil makes fun of Joe Biden, and I want you to listen to this statement. I would love to show you the fact that I paid someone something for what I thought was an invoice for the certificates that I think that I got. Oh my God. Why didn't you clip this part, Phil? Why didn't you clip this part? J. Hyde Ashbury, I'm still waiting. Or have you screamed objections into a microphone yet and sent it to me? We're all waiting on you to scream objection. Oh. Well, do you have a memory of how you paid these educational institutions? No. Objection! Sorry. Objection. You haven't seen any records, not from Harvard or Regent. I have seen certificates that say I completed the course. This dude's a fucking idiot. Well, do you have any memory of how you paid these educational institutions? It would have been online with a credit card. It would have been a bank card. From which bank? I don't. At the time, it probably would have been, I don't remember, honestly, Tim. It could have been Wells Fargo. It could have been Ally. It could have been Blue Vine, Charles Schwab, Chase, or Citi. Wait, Phil. I thought you didn't trust a single bank, much less Wells Fargo, Ally, Blue Vine, Charles Schwab, Chase, or Citi. I remember when you fabricated those IRS payments in a checkbook that you never sent. I remember that one.
Could be any. There's no way he can't be so fucking embarrassed about this shit.
I would be so embarrassed, dude. You don't give a fuck. No, I cannot, Mariah. I cannot let you see the whole document. Why do you need to see that? You can see almost all of it. You see 95% of it. You need more? You don't trust that I'm reading it correctly? So, Phil, I've never seen a certificate that you purport to have from Regent University. You haven't produced one of those, have you? No. And you don't have one, do you? No. Unfortunately, there was one box that in my there was one box that had all I haven't even read it. There was one box that had every diploma I've ever had in it, and that's, would you believe it? That is the one fucking box. That's the one box that didn't make it. That is the one fucking box that didn't make it to my new place. I don't even know how does that even happen? Poor little old me. No, unfortunately, there was one box that in my move in November of 2022 from Duria to Shavertown, my current residence here in PA, that was lost and not only contained my Harvard certificate that I allegedly thought I had. That I allegedly thought I had, but also contained my Regent one and other certificates that I had from high school. My high school diploma, high school awards that I got for baseball, and I lost the whole box, which I'm pretty unhappy with. But no, I don't have anything to produce for that. I wish I did. And the Harvard certificate, we've seen that in your videos. Is that correct? It's hanging on the wall. It was hanging on the wall, yes. And I produced a copy of that captured from your video images. I believe you did, yes. Is that the Harvard certificate you claimed you received from Harvard University? I believe it was. Okay. And did you read the Harvard designees' depositions that say they don't issue certificates like that? I did. And what was your reaction to that? Well, shit, somebody You got scammed. Yeah. Okay. Somebody got one over on me. And if I were in different circumstances, I would probably look into that a little bit more and try to figure out exactly what happened. But I don't care. I feel like the course that I took, I felt like it did actually have some pretty good content. And the reason that I took the course at the time, especially the Harvard one, was the negotiation mastery, which was because at the time I was still involved in real estate, and the negotiation in real estate comes into play daily. So I did feel like I picked up some good information on that, but apparently it just wasn't from the place that I thought I was getting it from, unfortunately. He took some knockoff fucking course from an instructor in Liberia, Johannesburg. He's like, I think I got some good tips from it. Phil, I will be referring to the article in this case. And can we agree that when I just say the article and put it that way, I'm talking about the Chris Kelly article from February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2021. Yes. Okay, I don't have to say all that every time. Yeah. All right. The article is marked in here as 3721. Okay. So whenever I refer, if you look up 3721 through 3723, I'm talking about the Chris Kelly article. Okay. Got it. So looking at that, I just keep that open for now. 3721, you're familiar with the article, correct? Witness nods head. That's why we're here. Yes. I think he had to be told he had to verbally respond a couple times. And what's false and defamatory about the article? Objection! Damn, that was quick. Objection. You can answer. I don't know where I began on this, Tim. Are you saying the whole thing is false and defamatory? I would have to read the whole thing to see if the whole... So I'm not going to say that, but just to highlight some things off the top of my head, Chris Kelly and the Scranton Times very clearly say on a number of occasions that I slept with a minor, or in some form of words say that, or directly. Also, they say that somehow my profession at the time was tied to my personal beliefs in politics, or, you know, a certain political belief or agenda, or certain facts, or certain fiction. I think they tried to make it seem like my association with those beliefs somehow made it a negative factor in my profession. That's number two. And number three, again, in a certain amount of words, they essentially called me a terrorist and said I was responsible for the insurrection on January 6th Capitol debacle, as well as even went further than that and said I was responsible for, I believe the words were, called the cadence of the insurrection that day. All those things are completely untrue. Okay. The article says that you traffic in lies, doesn't it? Yeah. If we look at paragraph 29, do you see the numbers next to each paragraph? Yes. It begins. Karma is easy to see. Do you see that paragraph? Yes. In the bottom of that paragraph, it said, Godlewski is spreading lies across the planet. Is that a false and defamatory statement? It's certainly false. I don't know if it meets the definition of defamatory, but it's absolutely false, yes. Well, he's calling you a liar. Yes. And then if you look at paragraph 35, he says that the paragraph begins, and if you hold yourself up as a patriot reporter who tells the truth that can't be found anywhere else, don't traffic in lies. So Chris Kelly saying you traffic in lies. Is that correct? That is what he's saying, yes. Is that false? Yeah, especially the part where he says that can't be found anywhere else. I think that shows a lack of research and due diligence on his part. The things I talk about, I don't actually know what he's referring to in terms of the whole category of traffic and lies. He was never really specific. I don't think in this article, I think he's just generally calling me a liar and saying that everything I say is a lie. Did you find that offensive that Chris would say that about you? No, I think that Chris is entitled to his opinion on certain things like that. I don't think that Chris has to believe in the things that I believe in, nor do I have to believe in the things that Chris believes in. We're free to believe in what we want to believe in. The problem I had with the article are the three things that I mentioned earlier. You didn't have any problem with him saying you traffic in lies. I didn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I didn't have a problem with it. I did have a problem with it, but that in itself is not litigatable. Is that a word? Am I saying that right? Litigated. Okay, so it's showing up in Wikipedia. No, this is ligatable. This is litigatable. I don't think that's a word, is it? Litigatable. So there's a litigible is a word, but that's not what he said. Litigible is LITIGABLE. But that's not, we need to hear this. We need to hear how he says this. Litigible is a word. LITIGABLE, I think. This is litigatable. Litigible is a word. That's not the word he used. But anyways, it's not a litigatable offense. But by Chris Kelly, that's his opinion. He's allowed to have an opinion. Everybody is. I think we live in a day and age now where people forget that everybody could have their own opinion, and somebody's opinion does not make them a bad person. So if Chris thinks that I lie all the time, he could have that opinion. But if he puts it in an article for millions and millions of people to see, both in print and digitally, I think he has to, in this particular lawsuit, prove what he's saying is accurate. Now, Phil doesn't even realize he fucked up right here. Phil doesn't even realize he fucked up right here. He just said that it was Chris's opinion. And Chris writes an opinion article. If it's Chris's opinion, then that can't be slanderous or libel. Okay? Anybody can have an opinion. To be slander or defamation, libel, whatever you want to call it, depending on what format it's in, it has to be a statement of fact. It has to be a statement of fact. If I call you a bitch, you can't sue me, even if I do it on national TV. Are you going to prove that my opinion that you're a bitch is not true? How do you prove that? Are we going to find 100 people that know you and let them vote? So when he says that's his opinion, he's already given up that whole point. And any other point that he says is Chris's opinion. What he's saying in this article is that QAnon or the Q movement, I know you take issue with the term QAnon. I've seen it in your shows, but I refer to it as the Q movement. You're okay with that? I'm okay with that. And you're a proponent of the Q movement. Objection! Right? I don't like to generalize the Q movement. Well, Phil, let me stop you. Haven't you reported that you're one of the highest anons out there? Yes. And what does that mean to be one of the highest anons? Tangent time. Here we go. Ready? Full tangent. The Q movement started in 2017, in October of 2017, and that's when the entity known as Q, who claimed to have a high-level military intelligence knowledge, started making public posts on forums. It started with a certain forum that moved to another forum, irrelevant. But when I say highest ranked Anon, first of all, you could be an Anon. The Tims over here could be Anons. Anthony could be an Anon. Anybody. What's your name? Pam? Pam could be an Anon. What, that woman in the back, what's her name? Julie? Julie could be an Anon. Everybody could be an Anon. It just refers to somebody that follows those postings or is a member of those forums. Wrong. It's clearly for anonymous. It could refer to, you don't have to follow Q to be an Anon. I know they've tried to take it over, but we used to talk about Anon posters all the fucking time. Anything, any message board where you don't have to have a real account, you get a new account every time you log in unless you use the same trip code, is an Anon. It's an anonymous message board. We've done this for years before Q ever come along. When you talk about highest ranking, it would kind of be similar to if you were a member of a different forum, such as a Corvette forum for cars or a real estate forum. I can't wait to get to the watermelon. A watermelon's orange till you cut into it. Anyways, I'm just making these up. But if you were around from the beginning and you were one of the original members or posters or one of those that were involved from the very beginning, we refer to it, just our terminology, as highest ranked. That's what I'm referring to. So in this answer, Phil has admitted, first of all, this is a lie. But second of all, he's admitted he has no rank, no power, no command, no structure. All he's saying is he's been around since the beginning watching. And that's what gives him his highest rank. You heard your ex-wife Dory testify the other day that she felt QAnon or the Q movement was a cult. Did you hear that? I did. And do you agree that it's a cult? So now we're getting to some of the reasons why Dory left him. And do you agree it's a cult? No. Okay, and she told you she told you when you were living together, she felt it was a cult. I know she testified to that, but no. That conversation between me and her, and especially that phrase or those amount of words, were never relayed to me. And the reason I know that is because I would have addressed that with her specifically, and I would have showed her certain things that made her think otherwise. Not made her think otherwise, but I would have made her think different. I wouldn't have struck her because I'm a weak little man, but I would have threatened to kill myself again like I did when she moved out. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a tangent. Shouldn't have done it. Not made her think otherwise, but would have brought her attention to see things the way that I was seeing things. We very, very rarely, if ever, discuss the details about Q or my involvement in any of that. Well, she testified the other day she asked you to stop doing the videos. That's correct. Did she do that? Yes. And you continue to do the videos? No. You stopped the videos because of her request. Partially because of her request. I didn't, as testified to earlier, I was, and as Dory testified to, I was very desperately trying to save my marriage. So if she said, sleep on the couch tonight, that's what I did. If she said, stop doing videos, do it. And in that period of time, I did stop doing videos. Did she tell you she thought you were misleading people in the videos? No, she never told me until I heard it that day when she testified that she thought I was misleading anyone. So even Dory thinks he's misleading people. Let's look at it. It's one of the tabs in your notebook. The answers to requests for admission, set 3. So I've got it. Now, if you look at number 5, 1 second, Tim. I don't know if I flip to set 3 by doing this. There's nothing there. It goes immediately to set 7. Let me show it to you. Okay. Go to number 5 of the request for admissions. Yes. And do I ask you to admit whether or not your Telegram chat with Savage Dog is the transcript of that is true and accurate? And did you admit that admission? Yes. Okay. Let me have that back, Phil. We're going to talk about the transcript a little bit. If you could go to 3815. You're familiar with the transcription we did of your chat with Savage Dog on November 26, 2021? Yes. You've read through that? Yes. Did you read that to prepare for today's deposition? No. So Phil, in this chat, he should have. So Phil, in this chat you had with Savage Dog, about 7 lines in the chat, there's a statement by you. We were in kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade. We were in all the same, classes. We played outdoors, all that stuff. Did I read that correctly? Yes. By the way, here's what I know before you even read this about Joe Strzok. Phil did not even know this guy. Phil's parents had no idea who Phil was, other than he was the baseball coach that got fired. He wasn't friends with it because he when he first came out with this, he said it was his best friend, and that's how he met BD. But before even reading this, I know from talking to people, including one of the parents of Joe, that they don't even know who the fuck Phil is, other than that he was the baseball coach who was fucking arrested. Like, he wasn't a friend with Joe. He didn't hang out with Joe. They weren't good friends. They didn't go to class. They're like 5, 6, 7 years apart. They weren't in all the same classes together. We played outdoors, all that. They didn't even know each other. Anyways, back to it. I don't think Jay Hine Ashbury is going to record her yelling objection. And you're referring to Joe Strzok in this part of the interview with Savage Dog, correct? Yes. And then go down a few lines. It reads, we were always good friends, always up to that point. But as happens with college, and you get older, by the way, you never went to college, and you just kind of lose touch. And that's what you told Savage Dog on that day. Yes. Going down further, it says, I'm going to focus on the line that he killed himself. Do you see that line? Yes. Quote, I was just dumbfounded, so I ended up coming back in about probably 6 months later is when I decided to stay within, the community that I grew up in. End quote. Had you been out of the community in 2008 for any period of time? Objection! I think we all listened to Savage. Well, a lot of people weren't around back then. We all listened to that chat, made fun of him. Let's focus between the time you graduated high school in 2002 up until Joe Strzok dying in November 28. Had you been anywhere else other than Duquesne University for a year and then coming back home and going to the University of Scranton, going to Johnson College and working at your grandfather's gas station and doing real estate work in Lackawanna, had you been anywhere else? Yes. Where? I worked in some private contracting jobs. Bartending in various different places. Bartending? No. I did work as a bartending. I did work in bartending as well, but that was while I was at Duquesne. That's not what I'm referring to. Various private contracting jobs. Okay, for who? Who were their names? I signed non-disclosure agreements with more than one company on these things, so I'm not going to be able to discuss those today. Non-disclosures, like... Let's just say that I personally know non-disclosure agreements don't prohibit you from discussing who you worked for. They prohibit you from discussing like maybe missions you were on or stuff that you had data for, cataloged, or like your work. But no one's going to say like you can't say you worked for the CIA. Of course you can. You have to have a fucking history. Fucking retard. I came twice in my pants already. You're under oath here, Phil. You're under oath here. Do you have a security clearance, Phil? No. Have you ever had a security clearance, Phil? Security clearance for what? Companies don't do security clearance. God damn it. When someone's asking you, have you ever had a security clearance, they're literally asking you about the U.S. government. Any company that works for the U.S. government uses the U.S. You're just a DOD employee, okay? Like, they use U.S. government security clearances. Security clearance for what? Issued by the United States government. No. Okay, so what kind of work were you doing as a private contractor? I think I answered that just now. The terms of what I did as a private contractor can't be discussed per the agreement of the non-disclosure form that I signed. With a private company? Yes. Or else what will happen? They'll sue you? Objection! I have no idea what they'll do. They could sue me. They could. I don't know if it's criminal offense for violating it. I have no idea, to be honest with you. All I know is I can't talk about it. He's such a fucking liar. What period of time are you stating you worked as a private contractor? The period of time you just asked me about. Which is why I brought it up. So it would have been after 2002 and before 2008. I don't know if what I said to Savage Dog was 100% accurate about the year, but around that time. The problem that I have with the transcript is not the fact that it's inaccurate in the way that it's written, because those are the words that came out of my mouth in that particular, this was an audio session. Obviously, this wasn't a text message or email or something that was reduced to writing. This was audio. So when you transcribe audio, you don't get the full effect of the insinuations that I was making in the actual audio. You can't do that when it's reduced to text. So another thing about this particular session is some things I think I got wrong when I said them in terms of years and in terms of particular areas of certain topics, certain subjects. Okay. I can imagine Hinton taking a deep breath, trying to center himself in this. Yeah, I've signed plenty. What? Without revealing myself to be a fucking secret federal agent, okay? I've contracted for multiple three-letter agencies. I've been to a very secretive interview process. I've talked about full-time positions at three-letter agencies. When I first got out of the military, I couldn't find a job. That's what I was going to do. I've contracted directly for the Department of Defense. I've contracted for three-letter agencies. I've contracted for it. And I could tell you all the agencies that I work for. There's no non-disclosure that I can't tell you who I worked for. I can tell you the company that I contracted through, and I can tell you what three-letter agency they were working for. That's not allowed. Like, I could tell you that, hey, I work for Triple Canopy, and we were contracted through the DOD. Like, I can tell you that. Hey, I contracted through for BDC, and we were literally working for the CIA. Like, I can tell you that. The things that I can't tell you are the actions that we took inside those that are specifically covered by the NDA. Like, this is so fucking dumb. And Phil just plays it off like I'm just going to lie about it on under oath. Like, oh, cool. A guy that I served with, I don't want to give away his name. That's probably something he could, a lieutenant that I served with that was, intelligent, high speed. Me and him had a lot of fun together. We like to play we would play Bacala and chess and shit and hang out all the time. When he got out, he went to a series of 6 interviews and ended up getting pulled in by the CIA. Literally farmed out of his contract. He didn't even finish his Army contract. He went to a series of 7 interviews. One of them was while we were overseas. Anyways, he went to a series of 7 interviews and farmed out. So he started working for the CIA while he was still under his Army contract. And then once they saw that was clearly going to work out for him, they just took the rest of his contract gone, right? He was just farmed by the CIA and done. And he went straight into he never finished his military contract. He got an honorable discharge, went right into the CIA. Like, you can tell people all of that. And I could tell you his name. I'm just protecting his privacy. There's no rules that I can't tell you his name. One of my best buddies got picked up in selection when I was in the military. He was actually my bunkmate for a long time. He got picked up from selection. Went to SF. Went Green Beret. Ended up, I think he had 6 months left on his contract. Went straight to CIA clandestine operations. And was like in Cuba with I don't know, it's 6 months or something. He was down in fucking Cuba with a new name and shit. I found him on Facebook and I'm like, I don't know that guy. And I was trying to figure out what all happened, and eventually I was able to piece it together as me and him kind of talking coded to each other. He was working in Cuba for the CIA. And he can tell you that, and I can tell you that, and I could even give you his name if I wanted to. I'm not going to because that's his story to tell. But I worked for corporations and companies as a contractor, and I've also been hired directly as a private contractor through 3-letter agencies. Like set up, I was told and recommended, I could have done it several different ways. I was told that if I wanted to make the most amount of money, and if I wanted to make the most amount of money and have the smallest tax liability, to set up a one-person LLC and hire on through that LLC. Like basically they contracted my LLC and I hired myself as the LLC and worked directly for 3-letter agencies. And I can tell you every bit of that. I just don't share my background that much online with everything I did. I try to stay kind of vague, mostly because a lot of talking about it triggers shit, but also because people dox me and fucking threaten my family and shit all the time. I don't want to give them more ammo, but if I'm in court under oath, obviously I'm going to tell you those things, and the NDA doesn't cover any of that. The NDA doesn't cover, like, for what company did you work? Can't tell you. Can't even tell you the company. No. What healthcare plan do you have? Can't tell you. Fucking retard. Anyways, back to Phil. It's not about me. It's about you guys. Did you ever graduate with Joe Strzok? No, he was younger than me. 4 years younger, right? Yeah. So you didn't go to kindergarten, first grade, second grade with Joe? No. And he wasn't your close childhood friend, was he? Yes, he was. Where did you live when he was your close childhood friend?
He wasn't. They didn't even know each other.
I lived on Pond Street in Taylor. And where did he live? Joe lived in various places in his childhood. I think he lived on Ridge Street at one point. Ridge Street was only one street parallel to Pond Street, so it's literally in my backyard. And Pond Street, you go up a hill, and then you're on Ridge Street. He lived there for a little while. Then he was somewhere else in Taylor. That was at a very young age, so I don't remember the exact areas he lived in. When you're a young kid like that, if you lived in Taylor, you lived in Taylor. You're from Taylor. Taylor, to me, was tiny, you know. It wasn't all the way up by the Little League field and all the way down to Old Forge. That's how it worked. Are you testifying that Joe Strzok was your close Objection! Was your close childhood friend in high school? When you were in high school. That's not at all what I said. I'm asking a question. No, he was not your close friend when you were in high school. No, when I was in high school, 9th to 12th grade. Yeah, Phil, we all know what high school is, you stupid fuck. When I was in post-middle school, some people like to refer to it as a higher school than middle school, which would be in the middle. That's 6th, 7th, and 8th. But when I was in higher school, or high school, if you plebeians will, that is from 9th to 12th grade. And then I went on to various colleges where I was scammed into degrees, as you've already stated. Jesus Christ. 9th to 12th grade, I believe Joe was a freshman. Even when I was in 9th to 12th grade, even when I was in 12th grade, I believe Joe was a freshman. When you were in 12th grade, he was in 8th grade. Objection! Yeah, 8th grade. So he was quite younger than me. When we were younger, when you had a group of kids from Taylor that, is it okay if I try to paint the picture of what my childhood was like in my mind when it comes to Joe? Is it okay if I paint a picture of what my childhood was like when it comes to Joe? No. Let's move on. Let me move on. I don't want to. Okay. I don't want to get bogged down now. Uh-huh. I bet you Hitton is like, holy fuck, this whole time. Not that Phil got one over on him, but that he can't believe that Phil's this retarded. Who could believe that Phil's this retarded? What is this clip? For erectile dysfunction, this is Viagra. You take Viagra. and you take Viagra for occasionally, okay, prior to sex, correct? Yes. Now look at Phil. You all you had to do was let this go, bro. All you had to do was let now motherfuckers in here and being like, oh, so you have to take my coxaflopin 20 milligram injection straight into the penile organ, bro. You brought this on yourself. That's right. Thank you for that clip. I appreciate it. This is bad. Let me move on. I don't want to. Okay. I don't want to get bogged down now. How long a period of time did you act as a private contractor? On and off for 5 years, less, more, plus, or minus. On or off for 5 years, less, more, plus, or minus. Give me the range. The 4 or 5 years? What do you mean the range? When did you start doing private contractor work? Well, it would have been after high school. So, well, the year you spent at Duquesne, were you doing private contractor work then? In the midst of the year that I was at Duquesne is when it started. Well, you would have left for Pittsburgh towards the end of August 2022, right? A little earlier, I believe, through the baseball, but yes. Okay. And then you came back from Duquesne in May of 2023. During that period of time, did you work as a private contractor? Work as? No. But I start to get involved. Okay. Investigating 9/11? I did investigate 9/11. Okay. And you were handing out CDs to people about your investigation work into 9/11. Is that right? DVDs. Bullshit. Bullshit. He stole this story. DVDs. Okay. And you did a whole video on that. Yes. Was that subject to your non-disclosure agreement that you were disclosing all this information about your DVDs you were handing out? No. You were saying that 9/11 was not done by the Saudis or Al-Qaeda. It was all a hoax. Is that what you're saying? Objection! No, I'm not saying it was a hoax. 9/11 wasn't as it was purported to be? Absolutely. And you were handing out CDs to people with your theories about what 9/11 was about. I wouldn't say I was handing out DVDs to people with my theories. I was handing out DVDs to everyone that would take one with proof. Okay. And that was your private contractor work? No. That wasn't? No. Okay. What were you doing with that? Third time I'll answer this now. I cannot answer the question because of the non-disclosure agreement that I have signed for fear of prosecution or worse. The DVD work you did. No, I already answered that too. No. Who were you doing the DVD work? Is there an NDA on that too? Oh, no. No, I'm sorry. You said, who was I doing the private contractor work with? That's what you asked me. Yeah. Yeah, I can't answer that. I'm under an NDA for that. I'm talking about the DVDs right now. All right. Well, you said private contractor. I'm just saying what you asked me. Who was your boss that you were handing out DVDs for? I didn't have a boss who was making the DVDs. I had several partners. Well, I made some of the DVDs. Back then, we had DVD burners on our computers and our devices. DVD burners were very popular back then. So we'd take a video file, an MP4 or an MP3. Wrong. An MP4, an MP3. MP3's audio, you stupid fuck. So we take a video file, an MP4, possibly an MP3, possibly an MP3.5. The MP4 standard came in, hold on. It's going to show a lot older. Was it prevalent back then? Probably not. MPEG 4, Part 14 is an instance of more general ISO IEC, ISO base model, which is directly based upon QuickTime file format, which was published in 2001. So it came in as part in 2001, but does that mean that Phil was using it? Probably not. Actually, MPEG 4 Part 1 systems came out in 2001. MPEG 4 file format version 2, which is the MP4 file format, came out in 2003. So yeah, there's no way he had access to it. This is 2003. Anyways, some of the DVDs were audio only without any sort of visual to them. They would just, they had visual, but it would just be captions of the words that were on there. That's still not an MP3, you stupid fuck. An MP3 is audio. You can't have captions. You can't. What do you mean? They had visuals. It was just caption. No, you can't. You can't. It's just sound. Unless you're hearing these captions, then there's no captions. Well, they had visual, but it would just be captions of the words that were on there. So me and several others were distributing them as much as we could. Can you give the names of people you worked with? Was Andrew Torba one of them? Andrew Torba? Why, yes. No, he wasn't. Okay. Who did you do this DVD stuff with? We always tried to stay discreet in our personal affairs. We didn't like giving out our real names, our real, where we live specifically. We always went by handles, we'd call them. Modern day people would call them usernames. We did the same thing with our Q following. We would go by Anon, anonymous. So back then, I didn't know specifically individual names of people that I was working with. All I knew was that they had a like-minded cause, and they saw what I saw. We wanted everyone to know the truth about what happened that day. Oh, really? Modern day people. At 9/11, yes. I asked for the names. Can you recall the names of the people that we're doing this endeavor with? As I sit right here, no, I cannot. Of course not. Okay. Now, in terms of other private contractor work that you're subject to an NDA with, do you have the NDA agreement still? Oof. I don't know. Someone has them somewhere. Would you tell me where I could look to send a subpoena to get those NDAs? That alone would be a violation of the NDA. This isn't how it works, Phil. The fuck are you talking about? By the way, there's 300 people watching right now. I need, if you've never commented before, I need you to leave a comment because I need 300 unique chatters to qualify for partner, and I need that. So if you're watching right now, there's more than enough of you to do this. I'm at 230. I need 70 people who have never commented on my channel before to comment. Just put a fucking space or a period. You don't even have to talk to me. Just put anything in the chat. I need it, though. Thank you. So now he can't even tell him where he could potentially find the NDA. Okay. Is it more than one company or just one company? More than one. And what was your skill that you did for these private companies or private contractors? What was my skill? Yeah. Cyber. All aspects of cyber communication and dissemination. Some computer work. Some computer forensics. Connectivity of, I don't want to get too specific, but connectivity of networks and networking. And that's about all I'm prepared to say. Bullshit. This motherfucker can't even get his own live stream. This motherfucker can't even get his own live stream going, but he was a network connectivity specialist. Okay, gotcha. This stupid fuck. And did you work from home or for these various companies, or did you work in Taylor, Avaca, DuPont, wherever you lived? No. So you moved out of town. I wouldn't say moved. We moved often. So you were driving a car? I wouldn't say drive. I drove everywhere. So you moved? I wouldn't say moved. We moved often. Did you stay in hotels? Yes. Okay, so you never went and got an apartment somewhere else? Yes, you did. Can you tell me what city you were in? No. Okay, it's top secret then. I wouldn't say it's top secret. Objection! Objection! He's dying up there. Objection! Fucking retard. Well, what is it then? It's subject to an NDA. I'm sure you know what an NDA is. Non-disclosure agreement. That's right. Which means you can't disclose. That's a driver's license, okay? Which means you are licensed to drive. Well, if we could see the non-disclosure agreement, we could see what areas you could talk about and which ones you can't talk about. You understand in seeing that the non-disclosure, in seeing, if you were to see it, the non-disclosure agreement, you would see what I'm unable to talk about, correct? That's not how it works, Phil. Oh my God. He is so a non-disclosure agreement says, while you're employed with this company, you are not allowed to discuss missions you are on, people you engaged with, other employees by their first names, last names, the places you were located or dispatched to, any deployments, anything that happened overseas, anything, pay rates. It doesn't say, Phil Godlewski started at this company on this day and his first mission was this. Don't talk about that. And then second, he was inserted into a local middle school, but had to be pulled out early because he kept trying to fuck the 15-year-olds. Like, it doesn't say that. I have NDAs, and I can show you every fucking one. I have a paper trail of everything I've ever said that I fucking did. I have fucking pay stubs. I have qualifications. I have fucking cards. I have agreements literally from CIA fucking, what's it called? Goddamn letterhead, CIA letterhead, NSA letterhead. I have and I can show you all of it if I wanted to. You show, the reason you have an NDA is to show people and say, look, I can't speak about it. I signed this NDA. And it clearly says right here, I cannot say the targets that we are observing. I cannot say their name or the intelligence we gathered about them. I can't say those things. But it won't say that I was after Phil Godlewski and I collected all of his nudes that he sent to a 15-year-old girl and then be like, oh, well, now since you read it, you know what I was doing. You fucking idiot. You would see what I'm unable to talk about, correct? So, Phil, your non-disclosure agreements are with a private company. Yes. Okay, none of them are the United States government. No. It's like pulling teeth. None of them were with the CIA, NSA, the FBI, none of them with them organizations? No. And you never worked for a 3-letter organization, is that correct? No. You never did? Yes, that is correct. Okay. Have you ever done consulting work for any United States government agency or a 3-letter agency? Consulting work? Yeah? No. You would know what consulting work is, you fucking retard. And this transcription from Savage Dog interview that we marked as ST 3815 through 3822-23, you actually, did you lie at all in that interview with Savage Dog? Not that I'm aware of. And you read the transcript in order to approve the admissions of your request for admissions. That's it, what you said. Yes. Okay. And if there are any lies in that transcription, you would point that out to me, wouldn't you? Objection! You can answer. Absolutely. Okay. And you're not aware of any lies in the transcription. Asked and answered. Court reporter, I'm sorry. You can answer. Asked and answered. You can answer, Phil. I wouldn't say I am aware of some I wouldn't say I am aware of some embellishing. Okay, give me an example. I'm going to call it, I don't know. I remember reading this a while, and as I said, I didn't read it coming in today. If you want to point to something, I would tell you what I said, why I said it, and what was going through my mind when I said it. I want to preface, if I could, that this was a conversation with a hate group that really despises me. Well, no, Savage Dog wasn't a hate group. The interview on May 3rd may have been a hate group. But a lot of those people from the May 3rd interview, which I know which one you're talking about, were in this chat. When somebody knows that I'm in a chat, chirp, floodgates open. Chirp. I guess, I don't know. Chirp, floodgates open. But Savage Dog was a friendly interviewer to you. As a moderator, yes, he was. Okay. The audience, though, were not. Okay. So when you said you graduated high school with Joe Strzok, was that an embellishment? Can you show me? Sure. Go to the first page, 3815, second line from the bottom. We graduated together. We were in the same grade. We were in the same classes, all that kind of stuff. This is kind of what I was talking about for when you take an audio and turn it into and reduce it to writing such as this. When I say we graduated together, I absolutely do not mean the same year. It's obvious that we didn't graduate together. Everybody knows that. We graduated from the same school. Hey, you remember me? No. We graduated together. Oh, really? What class were you in? I was in the class of 2007. I was born in 2007. Yeah, but we graduated together, right? You're from this town? We graduate, right? Oh, okay. Well, in the 7th line of the interview, 7th line on page 3815, you said, we were in kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade. We were in all the same, classes. We played outdoors, all that stuff. Are you embellishing there? No. When I say we were in the same, classes, we had the same teachers. That's what you meant? Uh-huh. You have to say yes. Yes. You're sure you're not lying here? Objection, asked and answered. Don't answer that. Then he continues to answer it anyways. No, I remember myself, and I believe it was Dave Walters for several years straight. Now, Dave was in my grade. But for several years straight, we had the same teachers. I think it was all the way up to 4th or 5th grade. The same exact thing happened with Joe. Now, Joe was several years behind us, but I remember talking to Joe about the teachers that I had that he had. And it wasn't every single teacher that I had he had, but it was something that we had in common. But you just said every class, the same class. It's something we had in common, which I think, again, at that age for a small town like Taylor, what I believed was a small town at the time, it was my universe. I believed that was something that made us even more in touch with each other, so to speak. Okay? Let's look at the next page. Does anybody believe this bullshit? No jury would believe this, right? I mean, I even if I wanted to give him the most generous thing, he would have said, we went to the same elementary school. We went to the same middle school. We went to the same high school. We grew up in the same town. This is a little town. We were basically like everybody knew everybody. But I would never say we went to 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and so on. We had all the same classes. Like I would never say that about someone that's years younger than me or older. Okay, let's look at the next page, 3816. In the middle of the page, almost dead center, there's a sentence that reads, so my first mistake was reaching out to the girl. You're referring to Bree? I don't have it. 30, in the middle of the page where you see Joe was 22, I was 24. That's a lie. There's 4 years of difference. That's a lie right there. Joe was 22, I was 24. Yes. Okay, the next sentence on page ST3816. So my first mistake was reaching out to the girl. You're referring to Bree, correct? Yes. Okay, I'm going to call her Bree for short. Is that okay? Yes. And saying, are you okay? If you need anything, I'm here. I'm going to do the same thing you are because Joe and I were so close. So she does reach out to me. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. Now I take full responsibility for everything that happened thereafter because that was my choice to reach out to that girl. I didn't know she was a lunatic, but we'll get to that in a second. But I shouldn't have done that. Did I read that correctly? Yes. And that's the truth, right? All of that was true except I was 24 and Joe was 22. I think those years, those ages are wrong, but yes. That's another mistake you made in the interview. I wouldn't say a mistake, but again, this is a 3-hour-long conversation that I was having audio only. Well, he's hung up on that audio only, hasn't he? Audio only while I was being distracted by other events that were going on around me in the room. This was during, I think, the 7K convention in Las Vegas, I believe it was. So I wouldn't say I was purportedly misleading by misstating the ages, but I would say that I did make a mistake possibly due to a number of factors. Okay, but did you call Brie a lunatic? Oh, yes. Okay, and that's what you thought of her, was a lunatic. Not at that time. That's what I think of her now. Okay, but when did you realize... When she said she wanted you to leave your wife and stay with her, that she was a lunatic? Oh, yeah. Okay, so you knew it back then when you were communicating with her? After that point? Okay. Yes. All right. So on that same page, you tell Savage Dog in the audience a couple lines down, it was only texting, nothing else. There was no phone conversations. There was no, I've never saw her in person, again after that date. I'm sorry, Tim. I don't want to interrupt you. I can't find that. And I want to read along. Can you? Okay, let's find it. If you go a little bit below the middle of the page, you'll see a sentence that says, I deserved the misdemeanor. I see it. That I ended up getting. Yep. But we'll get to that in a second. So, anyways, we exchanged numbers through Facebook Messenger thing. And in a second, I think you were talking to one of your kids there. You weren't at the convention. I think one of your kids was in the background. It's possible. He wasn't at the 7K convention. He was at his house. So anyways, we exchanged numbers through Facebook Messenger thing. That's true and correct, right? That's you and Bree? That's me and Bree, yes. You first reached out to her, correct? Yes. But could I tell? No. Just yes or no? Yes. I want to get done today. Gotcha. Objection! There was no phone conversation. So you never had a phone conversation with Bree before you were charged with the crimes on July 9th, 2010? No, that's not what that means. That means that originally, when I first reached out to her through Messenger, there was no phone conversations or anything like that. He claims that it was right up here. Hold on. Let me go back. It was only texting, nothing else. There was no phone conversations. I never saw her in person, again, after that date. Which is a fucking lie because he says he got her number through Messenger. He says, I got her number through Facebook Messenger. There were no phone conversations. There were only text messages. We never met up after that date. If you're telling people you got her number through Facebook Messenger, you're not telling them that you didn't text her before you got her fucking number. Would you need to tell people that? If I say, I got my wife's number on March the 1st, but I never had a phone conversation, only text, and people are like, you've never talked to your wife on the phone? I meant before I had her number. Before I had her number, I never called her. Yeah, we will just accept that, okay? No, that's not what that means. That means that originally when I first reached out to her through Messenger, there was no phone conversation or anything like that. Okay, I never saw her in person. Is that true? It's untrue because I did see her in person, but not in the vein that this conversation was taking place. I didn't see her in person alone. We didn't go out together. We didn't hang out together or anything like that. The reason that I reached out to her through a messenger was to get her and her friends to come to a car wash that I was holding for my JV team. Okay? So Bree, that was the first time I saw her in person prior to that at games and stuff like that. But that was the first time I reached out to her privately. And she was among several other students and girls that I reached out to promote the car, other students and girls that I reached out to promote the car wash. We needed fundraising for the car wash. So I thought having a group of students holding up signs for a car wash this way, whatever, would help getting people to the car wash. That's right. He's not afraid to say car wash 4 times in 3 sentences. Okay, and continuing on your interview, we start texting back and forth. It was only texting, nothing else. There was no phone conversations. I never saw in person, again, until that day, nothing. So this is the point. I'm engaged to my eventual wife. My wife sees a text message in my phone between me and this 17-year-old girl. She said, What's this? Did I read that correctly? Yes. Or what's this? Did I read that correctly? Yes. And all that's truthful. I don't believe Bree was 17 at this time, but yes, Dory did see the text message in my phone between me and another female, which she objected to.
Of course she wasn't 17. When y'all first started talking, she was 14.
You nasty fuck. 14. Phil, the first time Phil told this story to his stream, he said he was 21 or 20 or 21, and she was 17. That's a hell of a lot different than 25 and 14. 20 or 21 and 17 is a lot different than 25 and 14.
Disgusting motherfucker. Not my third account. This is definitely not my third account for commenting here. Thank you, third account. Definitely not your third account. I would never believe that. I would never accuse you of having multiple accounts, okay? I don't believe Bree was 17 at the time, but yes, Dory did see the text message in my phone between me and another female, which she objected to. So let's go to the next page, 3817. About 2/3 of the way down from the bottom, there's a sentence that reads, do you see where you say I apostrophe LL 3 times, and it says, yep. So I go back to her. I'm going to start with that sentence. So I go back to her, meaning Bree, to the girl, the 17-year-old. She's actually 15, correct? Or 16. I don't know what I'm talking about here because there's no context, but, well, let's read on, okay? And so, hey, this is a little bit more serious than I thought now. We've been speaking now for a month or, over a month, and this has to stop. My fiance is getting a little upset. She thinks that things are going on, and this is all a text message, guys. This isn't like I still have the text. In fact, I have every one of them from my trial. Do you see where you say that? Yes. And you're referring to the actual text message you had with Bree back when this was going on after Joe's death, right? Not some fabricated text messages. These were the text messages from your phone. So the text messages I'm referring to are the ones that I referenced above, the ones that Dory saw on your phone, in my phone. The fuck is he arguing on your phone? Inside my phone. Okay. So they're authentic text messages. Yes. Okay. The ones that Dory saw. And you told Savage Dog you had those text messages on November 26, 2021, correct? I could see how, and again, this is the problem that I have with this entire, this is Discovery interview. With the interview, well, not with the interview. I don't have a problem with the interview. The way that it's transcribed, if you could play it, it would be totally different. But you're not getting the sense of what I was talking about and what I was referencing because of this put into text. You could put any context on any context you want in a text like this. You could read it the way that you're reading it. It's not the vein that meant what I was saying. When I said I have every one of them from my trial, what I had from the trial is exactly what you have. If anybody would have the text message from the trial, it would be the district attorney's office because they were the ones to attempt to prosecute me. There was nothing else that I did have. When they were acquiring their evidence, they went through Bree's phone, Bree's computer, my phone, my computer, Dory's computer, several different things. Everything they collected is what they had. I didn't have anything other than that. So when I said I have every one of these from my trial, I was referring to the time period of my trial and the fact that Dory was reading those in that particular set of time, in that particular point in time. Does that make any fucking sense? So he says, I have every one of these text messages still from this trial. What he really means is I was referring to the time period of my trial and the fact that Dory was reading those in that particular set of time in that particular point in time.
He said, I still have every one of these. And you told Savage Dog you had those text messages on November 26, 2021. Let's see. I wanted to find that spot again. There was no phone calls, conversations. I never saw her in person. It was only texting, nothing else. I think you're talking to the kids there. You went to the conversation. So anyways, we exchanged numbers through Facebook Messenger. That's true, correct. There was no phone conversations, so you never had phone conversations with Bree. No, that's what it means. So there was never saw her in person. Is that true? Okay. We start texting back and forth. There's only texting, and there was no phone conversations that I saw in person. Again after that day. So this is the point when I'm engaged to my eventual wife, and wife sees this text message. She said, "What? Did I read that correctly?" I go back to her, meaning Bree, this 17-year-old girl. Blah blah blah. Well, let's read on. And this is a little bit more serious than I thought. I've been speaking for now. He says he has every fucking Jesus Christ. This is all a text message, guys. This isn't like I still have the text in fact. So he says my fiance is getting a little upset. She thinks things are going on. And this is all a text message, guys. This isn't like I still have the text and facts. I have every one of them from my trial. But what he actually means is I was referring to the time period of my trial and the fact that Dory was reading those in the particular set of time in that particular point in time. Got it? Perfect. From your phone. From my phone. Okay. So Dory saw everything where are those text messages now from your phone? Tim, I would love to have them because this case would be over. Oh, yeah? Did you have them on November 26th of 2021? No. Okay. I wish. But you told Savage Dog you did have them. No, I didn't. That's what I was just trying to explain. So you're denying that you told him you had them. Objection! You can answer. Your objection's noted. I'm denying the way that you're reading this particular passage. I'm trying to tell you how it was meant. I could explain it again. Maybe I'll explain it better. That's okay. No, let's move on. Okay. So before Dory got upset with you and said, this has got to stop, you communicating with this girl who's in high school. How long had you been communicating with her? What period of time? A month? 2 months before she said this has got to stop? Well, this says a month. That's not accurate. So the time period that the communication was happening between me and Bree, Dory found out about the first. I'm going to say the first because it's a period of time versus the second. Then ultimately the third. The first period of time that Dory found out about the text messages going back and forth between me and Bree was probably about 30 to 60 days worth of text messaging, the first period. Was that right after Joe died? Yes, or about yes. Okay. So you've got 30 to 60 days worth of text messages after Joe died. Yes. Okay. And then Joe M., the principal, calls you and says, don't have any more contact with this girl on January 8th of 2009, correct? You've seen his memo? You've seen it? I've seen his memo. I don't believe he says don't have any more contact with this girl. I believe I said to him, you were done. And what's that? You said you wouldn't have any more contact with Bree. I said it's best, actually. I said that I haven't communicated with her because of the rumors that I was hearing as well. So Phil gets messaged by his principal at the school and says, hey, a couple parents come in here pretty hot saying that you're sending sexual messages to this girl. What the fuck is going on? Phil's like, I haven't been texting her because I heard those rumors too. That's right. If you want to donate some money, I'll start buying mushrooms with it. That you were involved with her. Objection! That was the rumor that you were having an inappropriate relationship with Bree. Correct.
So you cut it off with her because of those rumors. Yes.
Okay. Weeks before Joe M told you it would be best if you had no more contact with her. I don't remember if it was weeks before. I don't know. But I know it was before. Before Mr. Mo, Joe M, and I had the conversation, I had already stopped communicating with Bree. Okay? Because, again, I was coaching JV's baseball team at the time. So they were telling me things that they were hearing, passing around the school, and I'm like, around the same exact time also was when Dory found out. Not found, but when Dory read the text message between Bree and I, which I believe Dory testified to the other day, that there was no inappropriate nature involved in those text conversations. Okay. What happened to your... Okay, strike that. You said there's another phase, a second phase. What's that? I. Bree. He changed into Phil Del Ricardo. I. Bree contacted me again after I had stopped speaking to her. How much time had gone by before she contacted you again?
I wish I could tell you, Tim. Months? Years? No. Weeks?
Probably weeks. I wouldn't say months. Maybe 30 days or under, possibly over. I don't remember. Maybe 30 days. Maybe 5 days. Maybe 180 days. I don't remember. Okay. Let's put it in context. How about after you were no longer the baseball coach at Riverside? Oh, yeah, it was after that. Okay, so because the conversation I had with Mr. Mo, I had resigned almost immediately following that conversation, I believe, probably within days.
Phil resigned. All because just a couple rumors. Just a couple rumors he resigned.
It wasn't because her parents showed up with gifts and testimony and text messages. Okay. So when you had the conversation with the Principal Mo, you had already cut off communication with Bree. I don't believe Mr. Mo was a principal at the time, but yes. Okay, and then, so that's January 8th. Your resignation as baseball coach is February 4th, I believe. I don't know if it's January 8th or February 4th. You're saying dates, but I don't know. So you're not talking to Bree at all during that period of time. The conversation with Mo, you resign as baseball coach. I may have been talking to Bree immediately following my resignation or immediately following the conversation with Mr. Mo. What I testified to today was before that conversation, I was no longer talking to Bree. Before the conversation with Principal M, yes. And I don't believe he was principal at the time. And Bree's mother produced phone records from the day you had a phone conversation with Principal M or the next day where there was like hundreds of text messages with Bree that day. Is that true or not? Not that I remember. If you could show me the text messages and line them up with the dates, I'd be happy to answer that. What I'm testifying to today is what I'm testifying to today. Oh. Why did you call Bree a lunatic? Objection, asked and answered. Because she's a lunatic. And so when Bree told you to leave your fiance and be with her instead, it was at that point that you said, you're a lunatic. Yeah. And that's when you determined she was a lunatic. Yes. Okay. And then after that point in time, did you begin communicating with her again? Yes. When was that? She threatened to kill herself. Okay. What year was that? It was right after the So again, I described my communication with Bree in 3 different phases. The first phase was during Joe's death and all of that. Dory finds out about that and says, hey, it's inappropriate. You have to stop. I go back to Bree and say, hey, I'm resigning from Riverside as a coach. Things are getting out of hand here. Dory found our communications, doesn't like them. And, you were hiding them from Dory, were you? Objection! Can he finish his answers? Uh-huh. Thank you. And I will answer that question, but as I communicated those feelings to Bree is when she threatened suicide. And between you and I totally, it's not you and I guess, anymore, but I totally believed her. Well, you were keeping these text messages with Bree a secret from Dory? Not through the first round when Dory found them, no. Dory had full access to my phone at all times. That's how she found them to begin with. The second time after I started re-communicating with Bree, when she threatened suicide, I felt like if I was betraying Dory's trust, telling her that, okay, I'll stop talking to her. And I felt like if Dory found me talking to her again, she would have assumed something was happening that wasn't. I truly felt at that time that if after Bree said that to me, I had no choice at that time. Go to the police, go to her counselor, or talk to her and wait it out. Try to tell her how good her life is and be the person that could ultimately help her change her mental state. He was just a counselor, guys. He was a fucking counselor, okay? Just at camp all I want a hand job. Camp all I want's a hand job. That's right. He was a counselor, guys. We're at 235 unique commenters. Please comment if you've never commented on my channel before. I'd appreciate it. Did you feel she was a lunatic at that stage too? Asked and answered. You can answer it for a third time. Mr. Coleman's grouchy. I'm breaking it into stages here. That's right. Phil's breaking it into stages. I'm going to break it into stages. When somebody says to you, I'm going to tell your wife a lie so that she'll break up with you and I could be with you, anything they say after that point to me, yes, I think you're a lunatic. For you even to put that into words, let alone think it, for you to even to put that into words, you've changed my opinion about you forever. So yes, I believe Bree was a lunatic then. I believe she's still a lunatic today. That, my opinion on that has not changed. In fact, it's gotten worse. In the second phase, where you reconnected with Bree, how did that end? The phase of your relationship? Poorly. Okay. It ended before you were charged with crimes on July 9th, 2010, right? Yeah. Okay. How long before you were charged with crimes did it end? I don't know how long before. I could tell you when it ended and how the circumstances, but dates, I don't remember how long before it would have been. How did it end? I, again, Dory, for the second time, found me speaking to Bree. And now this time, she's not as nice about it. She's actually pissed. And she demanded that I stop now because, as I mentioned before, just as I thought, she thought something went in addition to me being, and I showed it to her. I showed all the text messages, so she knew. They deleted a lot of the text messages that were like spicy. Plus, they were using a messaging app that automatically deleted their shit, but whatever. So she knew, but she didn't care anymore. She took me telling her that I stopped talking to her as truth, and I violated that trust by talking to Bree. Again. So it doesn't matter what the contents of the conversation was, which Dory knew about, which she testified to last week, but were you meeting with her in person? Let me finish. But the way it ended with Bree in that second phase was me telling Bree that Dory found out again, and now she's threatening to leave me, and I'm not going to let that happen. So I need to stop talking to you. That's when Bree threatened to go to the police, and I said, the police for what? And she told me what. And I believe I still have an old instant messenger conversation saved with that particular conversation. It wasn't very long, but this was through writing or reduced to writing in the form of an instant message or AIM, whatever it's called. You haven't produced that in Discovery yet? Not yet. Why not? I wasn't asked to. I've asked for all communications with Bree. You asked me for all text messages with Bree. That's a lie. By the way, it literally goes into emails, messengers. It goes into every communication you've ever had with her.
and you remember Judge Menorah talking to you about electronic communications during the hearing, and then you produce the message from your computer, ongoing, yeah. Where's this instant messenger conversation kept? This was something that I got probably recently within the last couple of weeks. Where did you get it from? It was at my old house in a box. An instant message was at your old house in a box? Which old house? I personally think Phil's, this is my personal opinion, I think he's manufacturing messages. I think he's manufacturing fucking messages from this. When they asked him if he went to space, he said in his head, but not. Oh yeah, that was Jilly's mom. That was a guy who writes like space books and shit, and he had a bunch of people in like basically like a pyramid scheme, and they're like, "So you've never been to space?" He's like, "Not physically, but I go there all the time when I just use my imagination." Where did you get it from? It was at a box. It was at my old house in a box. Which old house? Huckleberry. Okay. When I moved out of it, I wasn't done answering the previous question. After she said that, I'm going to the police, I lost it. I was very angry, and I didn't care at that point what she did to herself or otherwise. If she's going to try to do that to me, frame me, is what I thought at the time. That's the first thing that went into my head. Screw her. And I told her in a matter of words, and I said, go ahead, do it. I said, I'll fight and I'll win. And that's what I did. Did she go to the police? Yes. What did you do about that, her going to the police? I don't know. I wasn't there when it happened. I only know what I've been told. But what I've been told was that Linda, Bree's mother, was the driving force in going to the police. Bree didn't really want to do it. Looking back at it now, I don't believe that. I believe Bree did want to do it, and that's what happened. Otherwise, Bree wouldn't have done it. Did you have some animosity towards Bree for doing that? For telling police a bunch of lies? Yeah. Yeah, I had some animosity towards Bree. Did you hate her? I don't hate anyone. Jesus doesn't allow anyone to hate, but I would never allow myself to get past a certain point with Bree on that level as I did before ever again. But then you tried to hook up with her as an adult. Don't forget, you're painting yourself into a corner here, Phil. There was no trust there anymore? No. Okay. And except you invited her to this giant financial windfall. Remember that? That took a little bit of trust in it. No. Okay. And before she had told the police of the sexual relationship between you and her, you trusted her? That's not what I said. Okay. What I said was I trusted her before she told me to leave Dory. Then that's when everything changed for me. That's when the term lunatic came up. Well, that's when we put that term lunatic after that point. And has your opinion of her from when you first thought she was a lunatic, has that remained the same since then? Asked and answered. You can answer it again. I think Coleman's just trying not to fall asleep. I could answer it again. Yes. No. It's gotten way worse than lunatic. What do you feel about her now? I think Bree is and was for many years suffering from some sort of mental. It was obvious she had mental. It was obvious she had tragedies in her life. Bree told me she was raped. Oh, we're on. Well, this replay's going up. She told me who raped her, and it wasn't only on one occasion. Then when she was a teenager, the individual she was in love with hung himself. And Bree told me she thinks he hung himself because she was about to break up with him because he had just impregnated another girl while in a relationship with Bree. So knowing Bree and knowing, by the way, Phil said that she threatened to go to the cops on Joe, and that's why Joe killed himself. That's Phil's own statement. She threatened to do it to this guy, and that's why he hung himself. And this is just me speaking. Hold on. While in a relationship with Bree. So knowing Bree and knowing what I know about Bree, and this is just me speaking, not fact, but knowing Bree and knowing how Bree takes situations to level 100 immediately with no filter and no distinguishing fact from fiction, her emotions get extraordinarily high very, very quickly, and she makes a terrible decision because of that. Now, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I think a psychiatrist would say that she's an extraordinarily impulsive and her decisions are very, very self-damaging. So when Joe killed himself, I believe Bree blamed herself because of the conversations that she had immediately before the death. And I only know of that because Bree told me that. I wasn't there to witness it, but I'm just... Before, are you done? Yes.
Before you were arrested on July 9th, 2010, were you ever alone with Bree in person? No. Did you and Bree chat a lot by phone, not text messages, verbal phone conversations? No. I believe there were 1 or 2 occasions where a drunken Bree would call me at what sounded like a party in the background. It was very loud, lots of voices, a lot of music, and asked me to purchase her alcohol. And did you? No. Did you ever meet her at Amanda Torini's house before you were arrested? I've been with Bree at Amanda Torini's house, yes, but I've never met with Bree at Amanda Torini's house. What was the occasion you were with Bree at Amanda Torini's house before you were arrested? Christine Torini, Amanda's mother, and Sam Torini were good friends with my parents growing up, again, all from Taylor. And I believe we were either listing, I was a realtor at the time, we were either listing or talking about listing their house on Clare Drive. But I don't remember if that predated my conversations through text with Bree or if it was afterwards. I don't remember the year that all happened. Is that the only time you were at Amanda's house? No, I've been to Amanda's house dozens of times because of we were friends. Your parents were friends with her parents? Uh-huh. Correct? Yes, sorry. Amanda would be 9 years younger than you, right? Uh-huh, correct. So you weren't friends with Amanda in high school, were you? No. Amanda was too young for me to be friends with. Friends with at the time. I mean, we're good friends now. But Nikki Torino was Amanda's sister, older sister. I would say we were friends. I wouldn't say we were friends either, but we were more of the same age. I think Nikki was 2 years younger than me, grades younger than me. Were you ever at Amanda Torini's house that Bree was there? Asked and answered. You answered again. Asked and answered. Yes. So Phil's now Phil's objecting. I don't recall an answer. He did. He said he was there. You were there, but Bree was there when I was attempting to listing Amanda's home for sale, Christine's home for sale. So you weren't alone with Bree on that occasion. There were other people there. Yes. Okay. Other than that time with Bree and other people being present, were you ever personally with Bree anywhere? No, not at all. Not that I recall. No. You never took her to houses that you had listed for sale? Absolutely not. I can't believe you'd even state that. You were never in a car with her before you were arrested on July 9th, 2010? I was in a car with her, yes, with Amanda and Christine. Okay. Not alone, though? Okay. As far as I remember. What was the occasion that you were in a car with Bree, Amanda, and Amanda's mother? You were supposed to be listing their house. I don't recall. I think it had something to do with Sam Torini, but I don't recall. Okay. In the May 3rd, 2002, 5-hour-long chat with the hate group that you referred to them as, not this one, the other one. The other one. Yeah. Remember that long chat you had with them? Yes. Do you remember calling Bree conniving in that chat? A conniving bitch. Her and her friends were dumb conniving bitches. Yes. Okay, and that's how you feel about her. She was conniving. Absolutely. Has that ever changed? Has it ever changed? Your feelings of her as a conniving person? No. She's conniving. She's connived many different false truths or half-truths in many different situations in her life, not just with me, and many other situations as well. So, no, I believe the definition of conniving would be the way that Bree acts. Absolutely. You believe she's a lunatic and conniving? Yes. Now let's look at your supplemental answer to interrogatory in this case. Let's see. It's the second tab. 12-9-21? Yes. Okay. Let's look at number 27, your supplemental answer to interrogatory. Interrogatory? I've said it so many times it's lost its effect. Do you see that? Yes. Interrogatory. And Attorney Coleman's office typed these up. These details, the details are these. Plaintiff's best childhood friend, Joe, was dating the victim. Is that a true statement that he was your best childhood friend? I wouldn't categorize it as I had a lot of best childhood friends. Every friend I had was my best childhood friend. I wouldn't single out Joe as the only one. I could possibly name 6 what I consider at the time, best friends. Joe would happen to be one of those. Several that I was referring to, but yes.
and you were at his house? What? Did you ever go to Joe's house as one of your childhood friends? I don't remember being at Joe's house ever. No. Joe moved a lot. I don't really remember being at too many of my friends' houses, specifically Joe's. Reading on in 27 of your supplemental answers, he was 21. She was 16. They were having a sexual relationship. Plaintiff did not know at this time, but apparently there was a threat to expose Joe. As a result, he committed suicide. The relationship between plaintiff and the victim was only in respect to discussions regarding Joe and his suicide. Is that true and accurate? Everything you just read is true. I would be forced to say that there was a threat to expose Joe in, according to what Bree told me, in Bree's state of mind at the time. She not only threatened to break up with Joe because of the impregnation of another girl, but she also threatened to go to the police on Joe. Joe, he's changing his answers on the fly now. Joe being 21 at the time and her being 16 was a crime. She was a 16, especially if they were sexually involved, which they were, which both sets of parents knew about as far as Bree told me and I was aware. So yes, everything other than you said there is true, except the fact that there was a threat to expose Joe as sleeping with Bree as a minor. But all of your conversation with Bree, text, in-person, phone, whatever they were, it was always about Joe. Objection! You can answer. The content of our text message was primarily about Joe. I'm not saying that there couldn't be a text message out there that said, hey, how's your day going? That's not about Joe. That's to state of mind. So little innuendos and small talk, innuendo, and small talk like that, I'm sure, did exist. But truthfully, I don't remember the exact content of the conversation. But I do know that the primary focus of our conversation was about Joe Strock. In your conversation with Bree about Joe Strock, did you talk about or communicate with her about having sex with Joe Strock? Yeah. Okay. Did you think that was inappropriate? Objection! You can answer. No, it was not inappropriate. Well, at the time, I guess I didn't see anything wrong with it, especially considering the fact that Joe had just killed himself and she was grieving. Looking back on it now, and not only just now, but also when I pled the misdemeanor, I totally believe that all of my communication with Bree was inappropriate. All of it. You said you never talked to her about any sexual acts. Well, so even with Joe. Jesus Christ. Because you were in a person of authority. I wouldn't say I was a person of authority. No, I was a coach at a high school. But the fact that I was in my 20s and Bree's still in high school, that's inappropriate. She was a freshman. She was a freshman. And you're communicating with her about her past sex with Joe Strock. I wasn't well, I guess I was communicating with her, but she could bring it up and I would be forced to. What do you do with, hey Bree, I can't talk to you about that. Yes. If I needed to help a minor, let's say there was no one else that could help a minor, okay, and she's like upset or whatever, and the first thing she starts talking about is sexual acts she's performing with someone else, the first thing I'm going to say is like, look, I can't talk about any of that. You need to find somebody else. We can talk about your mental health. We can talk about you being upset. Probably wouldn't even do that. I'd probably cut all that off. But if I had to, the first boundary I'm going to draw is like, hey, we can't talk about any of that. None of that. None. Zero. Absolutely not. Jesus Christ. This guy, dude. I don't remember. Did you say that to her? I don't remember specifically, but I think I would have said that, yes. But Bree is Bree. If Bree wants to talk about something with you, she's talking about it with you. Okay, but did you ever talk about sex with her where it came from you? Did I ever talk about sex with Bree? Did I ever initiate the contact? Yes. No. Hey, Tim. Yeah. Do you want to take 5? Yeah. 5 or 10. Let's make it 5 because we have a lot of ground to cover. Okay. Now we are breaking. For lunch, yeah. Videographer, we're going off the record. The time is 10:43 a.m. For lunch at 10:43 a.m. We are back on the record at 10:57 a.m. Phil,
before you were arrested on July 9th, 2010, did you ever communicate with Bree about having sex with her? Asked and answered. You can answer it again. Did I ever communicate with Bree about me having sex with her? Yes. I believe that I was alerted to the investigation into me. I don't remember who it was from, but I do remember for the very first time I was told there was an investigation in my sexual relationship with Bree. That would have been probably months at least after Bree told me that she was going to the police. And I said, F it. Go ahead. Go to the police. And I said, and I called her bluff and I put my feet down, you know. I didn't think she did it because months had gone by with me not hearing anything. But then I did hear from someone that there was an investigation into me. I think it was through Dory. Oh, my God. Imagine your wife finding out that there's an investigation with you fucking. Oh, my God. But so after that point, to answer your question, is after that point I heard it, I did go back to Bree and I'm like, did you do this? I don't remember the exact content of the conversation, but that was the tone of the conversation. Okay, but other than asking her whether she told the police that she was having sex with you, did you have any communication with her about wanting to have sex with her? No. Okay. Did you ever have any conversation with her about having a romantic relationship with her other than the conversation where she wanted you to leave Dory and be with her? That particular conversation, which she talked to Dory about, well, in which she wanted me to talk to Dory, to leave Dory and be with her, many conversations spurned from that conversation about that particular topic. So I don't want to make it seem like there was just one case where Bree said it. We talked about it, and then the days that followed, it was nothing. We had talked about that comment that she made many times. Okay? I didn't. But it was all about that particular topic. It wasn't about me and Bree, you know, being in a relationship. Am I correct in stating that you never made any statements to her that you wanted to be in a romantic relationship with her? Correct. Okay.
You never told her before you were arrested that you were in love with her, did you?
No. Did you ever tell her that she had a good body? No. That she had a pretty smile? No. Did you ever encourage Bree to do drugs? No. Did you ever encourage her to skip school? No. Did you ever buy alcohol for her? No. Did you ever encourage her to smoke marijuana or drink alcohol? Absolutely not. Did you ever encourage her to disobey her mother or father in any respect? Disobey? I know that Bree had many problems with her mother and father. I wouldn't categorize it as me telling her to disobey, but Bree was under a lot of scrutiny and a lot of what I categorize as mental abuse from her mother in one way and her father in another way. But no, to answer your question directly, I never encouraged her to disobey our parents. Okay. How did you, if at all, all your conversations with Bree were about Joe Stork, how did you get into conversation with her about the abuse from her parents? So shortly after Joe's death, what was happening to Bree, and one of the reasons why I felt like I needed to stay involved in the conversation with Bree was because her mother, her father, her grandmother, her grandfather, a slew of her friends all wanted Bree to move on like post-haste. They wanted it in the rearview mirror as soon as possible, and Bree wasn't really ready to do that. Bree had a very hard time grieving. Bree had a very hard time accepting the fact that Joe was gone, and everyone around her, from what she made it seem to me, again, I don't know this because I didn't witness the conversations with her mother or father or friends or otherwise. That's what she's telling me. I have no idea if it was true. She could have been telling me to keep me around. She could have been telling me that to keep me around. I don't know. But what I do know is the conversations that we were having about Joe led to conversations that we would have about the pressure she was getting from family and friends to move on from Joe. So that's like a tangent topic to that relates to Joe, but it's something different. That's kind of what I was testifying to before. Am I correct that you met Bree before Joe Strzok died? When you say met Bree, did I know Bree or did I see Bree in person before Joe died? Well, the baseball fundraiser. If he died on November... caught him in one. Well, the baseball fundraiser. If he died on November 10th of 2008, you said that was in the summer. Had you known Bree before... had you known who Bree was the summer? I didn't say that. I didn't say that was in the summer. I just said it was a fundraiser that we held for them. But you said it was a car wash, though, didn't you? I did say it was a car wash. Yes, that could have been in the spring. Did you have a car wash in the winter? No, but there's more seasons than just the winter. It could have been the summer, could have been the spring, or it could have been the fall. But I do believe it would. Well, it would have to have been before the death of Joe. So he got her phone number before Joe's death. Weird.
Okay.
And you were instant messaging on her Facebook before Joe Strzok died. Well, the communication I sent to her to get her and her friends to come to the car wash would have been through some sort of electronic communication. Either it was instant messenger for some reason. I remember it being Facebook Messenger, but maybe MySpace back then actually. Might not have been Facebook. I'm not sure. But it was before Joe died? Yeah, because the car wash was before Joe died. So I would have invited her to the car wash prior to the car wash, which is also before Joe died. I think that a baseball coach sending any, unless it's a same-sex student, let's say you're the baseball coach and you have a group chat with your kids you coach, like your baseball team, and you're telling them whatever, practice here. I think any baseball coach sending private messages to a minor to invite them anywhere is fucking weird. Like, even if they're like, hey, you should come to the fall festival tonight at the school, that's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. If y'all have secondary email accounts, could you open another Kick account and come in and drop a hot? Thank you. I appreciate it, Dr. J. That would help. So did you ever talk to Bree? Did I talk with Joe Strzok about his relationship with Bree? I don't recall. When was the last time you talked to Joe before he died? Joe was playing football, I believe, for Lehigh, the Lafayette. I don't remember the college, but he was playing football there, and I believe we exchanged very brief pleasantries. Congratulations, good luck sort of thing. I think I might have seen him at Riverside football game, and I think just in passing, I may have talked to them then. That would have been the year before he passed because the football season would have been in the fall and winter. So I think that would have been 07-ish. I know I was coaching the varsity team at Riverside at around that time. So it was just a brief in passing. As I testified to before, and as I said in the Savage conversation, Joe and I we weren't as friendly throughout high school and in our older teenage years than we were when we were adolescents, 12 and under. So when you were 12 and he was fucking 7. Got it. Okay. Were you friends with Joe when you were in first grade? Objection! When I was in first grade? Yeah. I don't believe so. Were you friends with Joe when you were in second grade? I don't believe so. Joe would have been pre-kindergarten, so no. Were you friends with Joe when you were in third grade? Possibly around that time. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth grade. I don't exactly remember when I met Joe. I just remember a group of kids that hung out together. And back then, as smaller, as a child, I just considered them my friends. I didn't individualize each person and know exactly when I met them or why I met them or what we did together. So that was just my friend group. Got it. Did you know whether Joe's parents were divorced? I believe Joe's parents were divorced. I don't know if they were divorced in childhood, but I know for a fact when we got older they were divorced. Do you know the name of the female he impregnated? I did. What's her name? I don't remember. Did you go to Joe's funeral? I didn't go to Joe's funeral. Did you go to his viewing? I went out. I couldn't go in. Bullshit. You couldn't go to the viewing? No. I'm not looking at your stuff, but did you? No, I couldn't. I went to it, but I couldn't. I couldn't get myself out of the car and into his viewing. Do you know the name of his child? No. Do you know whether it's a boy or a girl? No. A discussion was held off record. All right. We're going to put up a video clip, 16 for the record, and more clips will be provided to the court reporter and to Mr. Coleman digitally. Do you have a foundation? It's Discovery, Tim. Jesus Christ. Shut up, Tim. Let me stop you there. So the first part of this video clip 16 is from your chat with Savage Dog. Is that correct, Phil? From what I see on the screen right now, it looks like it's posted to an account. That's a different clip. Do you want to go back? It says down there on the bottom is what I'm referencing. Phil can't keep his story straight about text messages. So this is not posted to any of my accounts. This is posted to someone else's account. Well, what? Let's listen to it again. Okay. Go back and play it from the beginning. Video being played. Objection. Do you have the rest of that? Yeah, I do. So does he. It's him. It's out of context. That's all. Okay. Well, we can get to that. Okay. It feels lawyers suck so bad, dude. Phil, we just listened to a clip from clip 16 of an audio interview with Savage Dog. Is that correct? Part of it? It's a very small part of the audio clip from Savage Dog chat, and it's just the same transcript that we read before, the Savage Dog exhibit that you have in the folder. And that's your voice on the clip? It appears to be. Yes. Okay. It sounds like me, but I question everything that's on a different channel other than my own, and that there is on a different channel other than my own. So I'm not saying it's me. But I'm just saying it's not me, but I question the legitimacy behind anything that someone posts about me that doesn't have any approval to do so. Are the words true and correct? I believe that's what I said. I believe it matches exactly what's in the transcript that's in the folder. And that's what you said on November 26, 2021. I believe so. Okay. Do you have any information that it's not? No. Okay. Again, the legitimacy of this particular clip that you're using, that it's not the Savage Dog audio clip that was posted to Telegram. This is a retake, a re-upload of that clip. I've heard many clips such as this, that they do alter my speech. Did this alter your speech? I don't believe so. Okay, so it's authentic. I don't want to say it's authentic. I would say I don't believe so. I don't trust anything that this particular person puts up because they put up some very false and demeaning things. In fact, we're after this person now. I'm trying to figure out who they are.
What's the handle of this person?
I believe this one is Truth or Roast. All right, let's listen to the rest of this one. All right, Phil, we just listened to a segment of the May 3rd, 2022 Telegram voice chat. I think there were over 20 people in that chat. Do you remember more? Yeah, a couple thousand people listening. Okay, I'm going by the voices I heard, not an index of how many people. Oh yeah. There probably were only about 20 people that would speak, but yes, there were more than that in the actual chat room. We just listened to from clip 16. Is that your voice? Yes. That's not altered? No. That's your truth, right? Yes. Okay. And you talked about the girl making screenshots and fabricating text messages during that voice chat, correct? Yes. And if you look in the binder there at ST 2790 through 2905, there's about 2,000 text messages that we got from the DA's office. Did you say, what did it, 2790? 90? I produced these back to you in February 2023. Are you talking about 2890? Because I go from 2785 to 2899.
2790. I don't have a 2790. They put it in backwards.
Oh. So there's a group of text messages that goes from 2790 to 2905, okay? There's maybe 50 pages of text messages, incoming, outgoing. Do you see that? Give me 1 second. Just give me an opportunity to review them. Phil, you've seen these messages before today. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. You saw these in your criminal case at one point in time. Is that correct? Back in 2010 and 11? I don't recall if I saw them. I know that my legal team talked to me about them. We may have gone over them. I don't know if we went over them at that time. And I hand-delivered a copy of these to you in February 2023, right?
It appears to be the same ones, and that's what I'm looking at right now.
What the fuck is wrong with him? Why can't you just say yes or no? He can't. Tim Coleman probably wishes he'd stuck with stubbed toes in the workplace cases. He's way out of his league here for sure. And I'll represent the same ones I handed to you in February. Okay. In that case, sure. But are those text messages or documents marked as 2790 through 2905 different than what you're talking about on May 3rd, 2022 about screenshots and using an app? Objection! To make it look like they were messages between you and Bree. Objection! These are some of these, or all of these, plus more of these are what I was talking about, yes. I'm going to read this again. Phil, Actually, let's start at Hinton. Hinton says, but are these text messages or documents that are marked as 2790 to 2905, are they different than what you're talking about on May 3rd, 2022 about screenshots and using an app to make it look like they were messages between you and Bree? And Phil says, these are, or these, or some of these, or all of these, plus more of these are what I was talking about, yes. But these aren't screenshots, are they? These are not screenshots, no. These appear to be forensic records from Phil Godlewski's cell phone. Your name is misspelled. The phone number is correct. If you look at the second column for all of the incoming calls, that's your phone number, right? That's my phone number listed there, but I don't have anything to substantiate at all that these came from my cell phone. In fact, reading some of the content of these, it's very disturbing, actually. And number two, I did not send or receive any of these text messages to that phone number. Okay, so you're saying that all of these text messages marked as 2790 through 2905, these aren't text messages that you sent or received. Is that correct? That is exactly what I'm saying. They're absolutely not text messages that I sent or received to anyone. But my question is, what we're looking at here is something different than what you're describing on the telephone chat on May 3rd, 2022. Objection? I could be misremembering what my attorneys told me at the time. Also, the way that you don't have to talk about what your attorneys told you, okay? It's privileged, okay? Can you repeat the question? On the May 3rd, 2022 telegram, or 2022, with the telegram chat, with this hate group you called them, were you talking about some other text message or documents other than what you're seeing here today that are marked? So he's saying, I'm showing you these. You said some text messages were faked screenshots. I'm showing you forensically cataloged. They're not screenshots. They're forensic text messages. When you're talking about these photoshopped screenshots, you're not talking about these, are you? Because these are not screenshots. Let's see what Phil says. I was talking about these, and I believe something in addition to these, I believe, but I don't remember exactly what, okay? I just remember there being this and more than that, but this is what I was referring to in that, yes. Let's look at 2784 and 2785. A discussion was held off the record. What number, Tim? 2784. Oh, yeah. Okay. Have you ever seen ST 2784 and 2785 before? Yes. And did you create these documents? No. Okay. Did you ever give these documents or a version or a copy of these documents to Bree? No. Did you see these documents in your criminal case? Objection if it impinges on the attorney-client relations context. I'm asking if you laid eyes on these documents. I don't want to know what your attorneys told you about them. Okay, then you can answer, Phil. I believe I saw this document because it was delivered to me by Dory. I believe the investigators in the case, I don't know which one, whether it was Colcharno, Leary, or Mancuso, when they questioned Dory, I don't know if they questioned her, but when they called her in, they gave this document to Dory as proof that I was saying these things to Bree. They had told her, in fact, from what I remember, that I had written a letter to Bree highlighting times of the day or something like that. It appears that's what this is. And Dory was interested in that because Dory would have known my handwriting. And when Dory got it, it was obviously, it's typed. And Dory asked him, how do you know this is even from Phil? I believe Leary's answer was forensics. Okay. I never actually got an explanation as what forensic meant. But, well, you're a forensic communications network expert at this point in your life. Wouldn't you know what forensic meant? You were contracted by a private company to do networking, network communications, and forensic analytics of network communications. Wouldn't you know what forensically meant? Weird. I saw this, which I believe predated anything that my investigator or attorney were to produce. Did you ever find out who authored 2784 through 2785? I never found out beyond a shadow of a doubt. No, I have an opinion, but what's your opinion as to who authored it? I believe this is from Bree. And did you ever have any fingerprint analysis done on this? No. Did you hire a fingerprint expert in the criminal case, if you remember? I didn't hire anybody except my private investigator and my attorney. Do you remember who your private investigator was? I think his name was Pete. Pete Carlson? Yes, that's it. Did Pete tell you anything about the investigation that you can share with us? Objection! I believe that's privileged. Okay, if you're asserting the privilege, that's fine. I believe it is. It is privileged, Coleman says. Okay, all right. Pete and I did have several conversations, but the contents of which I don't believe is appropriate to reveal here. Okay, so you're asserting that privilege as to communications that Pete Carlson gave to you or your lawyers. Correct. Yes. Okay, before you were arrested on July 9th, 2010, did you ever send Bree any photos of your body or naked? We're gonna have to cut this up, dude. I'm not even halfway through. Of your body naked? No. Did you ever show her any pornographic videos or pictures? No. Did she send you any pictures of her naked body or nude body before you were arrested on July 9th? No. What's your definition, Phil, of the word morals? Objection! My definition or the definition? Your definition. What does the word morals mean to you? Objection! The word morals to me means who you are, what you believe in, your ability to discern good from bad, right from wrong, you know, your overall feelings towards any particular topic. Something not like, silly topics like a baseball game. That has nothing to do with morals, but you're so broad. Go ahead. I guess he cut him off. Morals are... morality is the... morals are a person's standard of their behavior or beliefs of what is acceptable and not acceptable to do. Okay? Things that would be it would be your standard of your belief. They can be derived from God, they can be derived from people around you, they can be derived from all kinds of things, but it's your standard when you make a decision of what's acceptable and not acceptable for you or others. And it's your standard based on your beliefs or behaviors or whatever, right? That's morals. Broadly speaking, if someone has good morals, they're doing the right thing. And if they had bad morals, they're doing the wrong thing. Broadly speaking, yes. You would agree with that? Broadly speaking, yes. Okay. Would you agree that a 25-year-old person having sex with a 15-year-old is morally wrong? Absolutely. Phil, you have admitted on social media, and I think you've admitted in this case, that you did corrupt Bree's morals. Yes? So what was the underlying act that you did to corrupt her morals? In my opinion, and the reason that... here's going to be some bullshit for sure. In my opinion, the reason why I pled guilty to that particular charge and didn't fight it, in my opinion, what I did in having the conversations I did with Bree, the general category, the general gist of the conversations were corrupting in the sense that I'm a lot older than her. What I've gone through so far in life, she hasn't even thought about yet. The mental state that she was in regarding her relationship with her mother and her father, her friends, according to what she told me, about being raped and obviously dealing with the suicide of her boyfriend and the fact that her boyfriend had just gotten another girl pregnant. I don't believe that Bree was in a state of mind to talk to an adult other than somebody that was qualified to talk to her about those feelings. I certainly was not qualified to talk to her about those things. So any advice that I gave her during that time period, I think is very, I don't want to say negative, but something that would be a corruption of morals. I do think I corrupted her thought process in terms of what she should be thinking. I think she needed a counselor type person, and I thought that I was that. So he was an unqualified counselor. Too bad that's not what the law says, but that's That's too bad it's not what he admitted guilt to, but there you go. Just in general, the overall nature of our conversations, I think she needed more of a professional. And me being the 24-year-old kid that I was, that I thought I was that. I always try to, I guess, help people. In some situations I should just avoid. This is a situation I should have avoided. And because I didn't avoid it, I think I corrupted her morals, and that's why I pled guilty to the charge. Talk about a whole sidestep. What was the advice you gave her during this time period that was wrong? I didn't say I gave her wrong advice. I just said I gave her unqualified advice. I don't know if the advice I gave her was wrong. It's just the fact that I'm not in a position to offer any advice because I'm not qualified to understand, especially as a 20-something-year-old kid. I'm not in a position to understand how the brain works. I don't know what was going on in her brain. I only know what she tells me. I didn't verify a lot of it is true, and that's not a position that I should have taken. Sorry, let me turn on streamer mode in Discord. I can hear it going off like crazy. I forgot I turned it off earlier to get somebody's name. I don't like the new streamer mode in Discord. It blocks everybody's name. I can only see the first letter of your name, then 3 dots. And sometimes I don't know who the fuck I'm talking to. Well, when was the advice that was morally wrong? Well, when was the advice that was morally wrong that you gave Bree? When was that advice? I didn't say I gave her advice that was morally wrong. You said that just now. But if you're pleading to corrupting somebody's morals, you're admitting you did something wrong. Yes. Okay. When did you do something wrong against Bree? Again, I believe the entire conversations from the very beginning to the time that I was arrested were completely inappropriate and completely corrupting of her morals. I should have not talked to her at all. I should have referred to her to a guidance counselor or a psychiatrist, or I should have backed away from the situation. The very fact that I didn't back away from the situation and I inserted myself as the person, as that person was in my mind, fits the definition of corruption. If you read the definition, that's what I did. Can you give me just one example of a statement you made to Bree morally corrupting her? Objection. Please. Asked and answered. You can answer it again. A specific statement, something as simple as everything's going to be okay, Bree. I don't know if everything's going to be okay. I'm not qualified to say that. And I could be leading her down a path of hope. I should not have done that. So all Phil said was everything's going to be okay, man. You'll be all right. Jesus Christ. Anything else you can think of? I'm sure I said dozens of things like that. I'm not even saying I said that specifically. It sounds like something I would say under these circumstances, but something like that are the things that I would have said to Bree at the time, just the consoling type conversations. So you're under oath, and it's your testimony in this case that something like that caused you to plead guilty to a misdemeanor crime that could have put you in jail for 5 years. Objection! You can answer. Again, that's not what I said. You said that just now. What I said was the entire nature of my conversation with Bree, in my opinion, were fitting the definition of corruption of minors. I didn't say, you just said that my specific statement that I gave you as an example of something that I might not have even said. You said that statement is why I pled guilty. No, he said something like that, like you said. That's not true. Well, I just want to know what statement it was that caused you to plead guilty to the corruption of minors. Objection! I don't know exactly the statements that I made to Bree 14 years ago. I'm telling you what I think I would have said to Bree in a particular situation. In this particular situation. We have hundreds of text messages with each other on this topic. I was trying to console her. I was trying to make her feel better. I was trying to get her to not commit suicide. So you would say stuff on an encouraging level to a person that is about to commit suicide. You would say things like those. So that's what I think I said. Specifically, did I say that? I don't recall. I wish I still had the messages because we wouldn't be here today. So Phil saying everything's going to be okay, don't kill yourself, is corrupting the minors. Makes sense. To me, at least. corrupting the morals of minors. So you were trying to console her because you were afraid she was going to commit suicide? After the first, not originally, but yes. She had threatened or told you she was thinking about suicide because Joe Strzok hung himself? No, that's not what I testified to. I'm just trying to get what was she was talking to you about suicide because she wanted to be with you? I told her that I was going to stop talking to her because of my wife. Well, my fiance at the time had said, this needs to end or I'm going to leave. And when I told her that, that's when she said, if I don't have anybody else other than you, my parents want me to move on. My friends want me to move on. And even my psychiatrist, I believe her name was Wendy. I don't know why I remember that. She wanted Bree to move on. Bree wasn't getting what she needed. Again, in my wrong estimation of what she needed, in my opinion, as a 25-year-old kid, she wasn't getting what she needed. So when she threatened suicide, I not only believed that she was going to kill herself, I truly believed that, and I thought that would have been on my hand. I thought that would have been blood on my hands. But I also thought that what I was providing to Bree was better than what she was getting. That is why I pled guilty to corruption of minors. That was not true. I know that now, but I'm 40 years old. At 25 years, you don't know the things. Wouldn't that be why you had lawyers? Did Bree ever communicate to you that she was thinking about suicide because Joe Strzok killing himself? No. Okay, it was only after you told her that you needed to stop communicating with her that she talked about suicide? To me, yes. I don't know if she had those sentiments to other people, but yes, she never talked about suicide to me until our impending breakup, in her mind, in her words. He fucked up. Our impending breakup, in her mind, in her words. Turn to your answers for interrogatories. Set 7. It's one of the tabs. See set 7? Okay. Do you see number 10? I asked, at what locations did you have sex with Bree in the year 2015? Yes. And in 2015, you considered her a lunatic, right? You've already testified to that. You always thought she was a lunatic. Is that correct? I thought Bree was a lunatic. Yes. Yeah. In 2015 too. Yes. Okay. So you've testified on February 6th. You had sex with her at least 5 times in and around 2015, correct? Objection. You can answer. I don't remember my testimony from that day. If you showed it to me, I could clarify it or confirm it, but how many times did you have sex with her in or around 2015? Yeah, 2015. First of all, I believe the year was wrong. I did testify to that, but the more I thought about it and looked back at events versus my encounters with Bree at that time, the year is definitely wrong. But it was probably less than 5. What year do you think you had sex with her? I'm pretty sure it was 2017. It would have been later 2017. Okay, 2015 or 2017. You've testified that she's being a lunatic. Oh yeah, I thought she was a lunatic then. Yeah. Okay, so you had sex with her how many times in 2017? Under 5. Okay, and looking at this answer to the questions, you mentioned having sex with her in vehicles. Is that correct? Yes. Do you remember having sex with her any place else other than vehicles? No. Did you ever have sex with her at her grandparents' house? No. Her grandmother's house? No. What? I don't know where. Never been to any of her grandparents' houses? No. I don't know where they live, any of them. Do you remember having sex with her in any apartments? No. Any houses? Nope. You've never went to the apartment she shared with Sierra O'Malley in Old Forge in 2014? No. Okay. You were here during Sierra O'Malley's testimony where she said you came to that apartment in Old Forge. I was here during Sierra's testimony where she perjured herself. Yes. Was that a lie by Sierra O'Malley saying you came to her apartment? It wasn't a lie. It was perjury, but yes. Why did you have sex with Bree in 2017 when you're married and you thought she was a lunatic that ruined your life in 2010? Uh-oh. I was in a very bad mental place in 2017. I had just cheated on my wife with Miranda. That's the first time I've ever cheated on my wife. It was probably the first time I've cheated on a partner, maybe ever. I felt as though I was losing my marriage. I tried very hard, and he's having to take Viagra to do this, by the way. I tried very hard to gain it back, and every attempt that I made in trying to save my marriage was thwarted with aggressiveness from my ex-wife, Dory. So probably I would say out of frustration, sadness, aggravation, and fear of loss is why I started having sex with different women. I used sex at the time, I believe, as a crutch. Edward Snowden, everybody. Did you reach out to Bree to have sex with her? No. I believe Bree reached out to me because she had heard Dory was leaving me. And around that time that Dory decided to leave, I was, other than trying unsuccessfully to get Dory to come back, I was influenced by alcohol quite a bit. Trying unsuccessfully, when your wife's talking about leaving you, and you're like, I'm trying unsuccessfully to have her come back, but you're also fucking multiple women, are you really trying to get your wife to come back? So I made some very poor decisions, and one of them was engaging with Bree, the lunatic. Okay. Why did it happen repeatedly with Bree? Why did you repeatedly have sex with her? It was good sex. Were you using her for sex? Yes, not just for sex. I wouldn't say using her for sex, so I'm going to say no to that if I can correct it. I was using it as a medicine for loss. I was really messed up then. And how did you break it off with Bree when you were having sex with her in 2017? There was nothing to break off. They were casual encounters that I think we were both probably under the influence of alcohol. Me for certain, and her probably, from what seemed to me, other drugs as well, but there was nothing to break off. It wasn't a full-blown relationship, so to speak, where you have to have a conversation and break up with the other party. It was just, it sizzled. It sizzled. Went down to nothing. And you still thought she was a lunatic? To this day, I think Bree is, you know. I guess we would have to define lunatic, but I think Bree, based on her actions in particular to this case, and up till recently, with her affidavit, I think that Bree is totally mentally ill. And that's remained consistent throughout the entire time you've known her, pretty much. And so you were just using her for sex. You already asked me that. Objection, asked and answered. Oh, Phil, good job. Keeping Coleman awake. And what I said was I wasn't using her for sex, so to speak. I think I was using her to cure something that was wrong with my mind. It was a distraction that I needed at the time. And Bree wasn't the only one. Look, I have to have sex as a distraction sometime, okay? Like, that's the only, like when I'm all stressed out and fucking upset and freaking out and shit, like sex is a good distraction. But it's with my wife that I've been married to for years and years. Like, it's not with just random fucking girls that I was accused of having inappropriate relationship as a 25-year-old man and her being 14. The fuck out of here. He meant fizzled. He said sizzled. Bree wasn't the only one. Who else? Oh, Miranda. And who else? I'd rather not admit to that today, but I just want to know how many affairs you had. I wouldn't consider them affairs. Objection! Well, you were married. You were having sex with other people besides Amanda and Bree. I was married. I was separated. I was separated. In 2017? Yeah, I was kicked out. Dory testified to that last week. How long were you kicked out for? A period of weeks, probably 3 weeks. Did you have sex with Melissa, Jason Thomas's girlfriend? Melissa, Jason Thomas, the realtor? Yeah. Melissa Graziano? Yes. No. How many other sex partners did you have while you were still married to Dory? Objection! You can answer. While I was separated from Dory? Yes. Under 5. Okay. So you had 5 sexual partners up until the time she filed for divorce in March of 2021, correct? During the marriage. Yes. Let's God damn. Let's go to ST 1580. 1580? Yes, 1580. Looking at ST 1580. Is this a post you made to your Telegram page? No. Are you the real Phil Godlewski 3.0? Nope. So it is your belief that the text messages in your criminal case from 2010 were made up by 13 and 14-year-old girls? Objection. I don't know who made up the text message in that case, but I know someone did. It could have very well been Bree and her friends. It could have been somewhere else. Do you have any evidence that Bree made up the text messages that we looked at as ST 2790 through 2905? Objection. I have no evidence that could prove that. But the way of words that were included in those text messages, number one, I would not articulate words that way. Number two, I know just by looking at the text messages that they weren't sent from me. It's not something I would send. And more so, I didn't send them. So someone, therefore, made them up. That's a conclusion. There's no doubt about that. If they weren't sent from me and they were sent and taken from her device, as it's purported during discovery, and to the DA's office, I know that someone else must have done it. So this post that you're referring to, though, in ST 1580 is not from a channel that belongs to me. She caught it. She knows. Just for the record, there are dozens of channels on Telegram that pretend to be me to try to sell a product. This may or may not have been one of them. I've got a lot of them shut down, but I don't even... So just for the record, your testimony is that you've never had sex with Bree when she was a minor. Yes? That's correct? Correct. You never kissed her when she was a minor. No. You never touched any part of her body when she was a minor. No. And it's your suspicion that Bree fabricated text messages against you that led to the criminal charges. Objection. You can answer. I believe I already answered this, but I know someone fabricated them. Could have been Bree. Yes. Could it have been Sierra, who really despises me? Rebecca, Kolovich, or a number of Bree's friends at the time that were very close? Yes. Did Linda, Bree's mom, ever ask you for money? No. Did you ever talk to Linda? Never. Did you ever talk to Bree's father? No. Do you have any evidence that Linda fabricated text messages against you? Objection. No. Nor did I. Nor did I say that. Did Linda ever sue you after you pled guilty to corrupting her daughter? No. Did she ever threaten suit against you? No. Did she ever send you a letter telling you you're an awful human being? Not that I'm aware of. Back in 2010 and 2011, did Bree ever ask you for money? Asked and answered. You can answer it again. This wasn't asked and answered. This is Bree. First was Linda. This is Bree. Fucking Coleman needs to go back to sleep. 10 and 11. Before you pled guilty in 2011, did Bree ever ask you for money? Bree asked me for money all the time. She did ask for, throughout our years, yeah. Okay, let's break it down before you pled guilty to corruption and after. Would have been after he pled guilty. Okay, before you pled guilty to corruption, did she ask for your money? No. She asked me to buy her beer on a few different occasions, which I never did. But in that sense, she asked me to buy her something, but actual money, cash, no. Did she ever ask you to buy her a car? No. Those are all in text messages. She never asked you to buy her a Honda? No. Any car. At any point in time? No. How did... I think you got engaged to Dory in 2007. Does that sound right? You got married 5 years later? 7, could have been 8, but yes. How did the criminal charges affect your relationship with Dory? Dory was there from the time that I first started talking to Bree to the time that I was arrested all the way through discovery in that case and the preliminary hearing afterwards. And we just recently got divorced, obviously in 2023, and we were together until 2021. So Dory saw every stitch of evidence against me in the case. She saw the text messages from me and Bree, which again she testified to last week, and she knew what the truth was. So it affected our marriage in the sense that I believe I was the top story in the news for the couple of days in a row, the top article in the front page article in the news at least one day, I think 2. And then, of course, after this pleading in the case, which was a year later or so, it just kind of got brought back up again. So the fact that it was very public arrest and very widely reported story would cause people to say things to Dory, which are undoubtedly very stressful and very hard on feelings. So in that sense, it affected our marriage because Dory knew it wasn't true. But to constantly respond to these people who were making these untrue allegations, it affected our marriage in the sense that we had to speak about it together. But Dory knew what the truth to the case was, which is why we stayed together and got married. Was your realtor license suspended or during the criminal charges? I remember getting a letter, which I tried to find, from the state right after my arrest, probably within months following the arrest.
that says, that said I was actively suspended, meaning I could still practice pending the results of the case. Because at that point, I was only accused of certain crimes. Anybody could be accused of anything at any time. I could accuse you of a crime right now. That doesn't mean you did it. So the Real Estate Commission took the stance that they were going to actively suspend your license, meaning that if you are found guilty once the case concludes, we'll make a final determination at that point. I think the letter was just kind of alerting me that they knew of it, and I had to report in. I believe it was after I reported it to the commission, that's when I sent that letter. Because anytime you're accused of a crime and you have a real estate license, you have to tell the Real Estate Commission of that crime, and then they make a determination. So you continued your work as a realtor while the criminal case was pending. I don't believe I continued my work as a realtor for the first year, and the reason was we were very, very broke. We were putting all sorts of money into investigators and attorneys and legal fees, and I remember selling off memorabilia that my grandfather bought me, which was really, really tough on me to this day. So we were struggling big time. The support of my family definitely helped financially. I don't believe I started practicing again. I was actually considering leaving the profession for good until I had a meeting with a close colleague of mine who's in the mortgage industry, and she had convinced me to get back in. So he was sleeping with her. And I believe that was right after my plea to the corruption of minors. So I started practicing again. Now I was allowed to practice, but a realtor doesn't get salary. A realtor gets commission, and the time associated with that, plus having the pending charges looming over my head for something I didn't do, it was very hard to get clients in my estimation, so I just stopped. When we were in front of Judge Menorah on February 6, 2023, if you could turn to that tab in there, it's for the February 6th hearing. Yep. I'm going to direct your attention to page 84. Yes? Okay. On page 84, line 6, I asked the question, when did he begin a sexual relationship with Bree? And you answered, I would say 2013, 14, 15, somewhere in that. Is that your testimony? When did he begin? Who? You. He meaning me? Yeah, you. So the question should read, when did you begin a sexual relationship with Bree? Yeah, it was an objection before that. If you go to the page before, it's clear I'm asking you. Okay, gotcha. Okay. You're the witness. Okay, I'm just making sure. I wanted to make sure I answer it accurately. But your testimony on February 6th was your relationship with Bree began 13, 14, or 15, correct? Then it says somewhere in that, and then I got cut off by you, I guess. Right. So let's go on. And then I say you were on probation for 2 years. This is line 15, weren't you? Answer, I know. You're putting me on the spot, and I can't remember when our relationship was. Question. So let's get this straight. So you admitted in court, I'm sorry, I couldn't correct the record, if I may. I'm almost certainly from 2015, 2016. I remember that because of the time that I started my real estate company was the same year. Question. So you started the agency with George Plisco. George Plisco, correct? 2015? Answer, correct. Question. And at that time, you began your sexual relationship with Bree? Yes. So as today, you're giving me the year 2017. On February 6th, you said it was 15, 16. Which one is it? I testified earlier today that I was incorrect when I said 15, 16. And I referenced this particular hearing, but those were not the years. And I said multiple times here, I'm almost certain. I was trying to give the inference to you that I was not 100% sure by saying I'm almost certain. That's not 100% sure. After the hearing, I went back and I thought about it more. And as I said, I tied events to the relationship that I had with Bree, and I realized it was actually a couple years later. When you were having sex with Bree in 2017, did she have a drug problem then? I believe she did. Okay. So when you were having sex with her, you felt she was a lunatic and had a drug problem. I felt she was a lunatic ever since she threatened to go to the police with false information. So yes, I've always thought she was a lunatic. I didn't know she had a drug problem until the sexual relationship progressed a little bit. And once I realized that she's not the same person that, she used to be, and she's having all these issues with drugs, and she was arrested for theft at her grandparents' house, I believe that's what it was. I'm not 100% sure, but I remember reading a newspaper article. I don't know how the case progressed, so I don't know if she got found guilty or not, but I know she was arrested. And I believe she said in the newspaper article that she was arrested because she wanted the money for drugs. I think that was around the same time or after. I'm not 100% sure. Could have been, actually before. But I do remember my interaction with Bree during that year
that something was very wrong with Bree, and I thought I could have been something like a very serious drug, too. And you knew that when you were having sex with her? Throughout that time, I thought, throughout the time I was having sex with her, I found out about it. It's not like I knew that, you know, before I started having sex with her. It's something that I found out in, you know, speaking with her and my many interactions with her. She had track marks on her arm, you know. That's something that I wouldn't have noticed until I started looking. Sleeping with her? Yes. Okay, and Dory testified the other day that you never told her about your sexual relationship with Bree. Is that correct? That's correct. You hid that from her. Oh, yeah. This douchebag. Oh, yeah. And when you were having sex with Bree, you had 2 little boys at home? Objection! You can answer. Yes, except I wasn't home. We had separated, but I did have 2 boys at the time. Did you go to any marriage counselors in 15, 16, 17? Objection! 15, 16, 17, no. 17 might have been 17 or 18. Who'd you go to? Kathleen. I don't remember her last name. Vinny? I don't think that's it. Was she in Clark Summit? She's in Clark Summit in the same building as Tony. I don't remember her last name either. I don't remember his last name either. When you were having sex with Bree in 2017, were you hoping that maybe she would be your companion in life? No, I don't believe I thought that at all. You knew the relationship wasn't going to go anywhere. Yes. I thought she was a lunatic, so I didn't want to be with somebody that I thought was in that state of mind. Did you ever have any nicknames for Bree before you were arrested on July 9th, 2010? Nicknames? Yeah. I just called her Bree. Brianna. I remember we used to talk about her full name being Brianna Marciana. I remember she made a big deal out of that. I remember she would do this, not me, but this is just conversations that I'm remembering. She'd also relate her name to cheese. I guess she thought that was funny. Okay. So can we turn to page 3587? Or, I'm sorry, 3857. 3857, right. So this is your court filing in your lawsuit against Bree, and this is her filing. You're answering Bree's counterclaim. And I want to read a paragraph 56 on page 3865, okay? It says, denied. It is denied that plaintiff had a sexual relationship with the defendant. That would be Bree, while the defendant was a minor. It is denied that plaintiff, as a coach at defendant's high school, was in a position of authority over the defendant. Rather, plaintiff was a boys' baseball coach and was not in any position of authority with defendant. Is that true? It doesn't matter if you're the boys' coach. Even sometimes being an adult is a position of authority. By the way, we've got to fix another term that people get wrong all the time is grooming. So if a 20-year-old guy goes up to 12-year-old kids and says, "Wanna fuck?" that's not grooming, okay? Actually, when you say grooming, I know that pedo and grooming and cuck and shit on the internet has went wild. When you're actually grooming, you're presenting yourself as a safe place, as someone they can trust, someone they can rely on, and not even propositioning for sex, but you're getting them ready to be so trusting when you present sex at a later time that they're going to accept it. So if a 60-year-old goes to a 5-year-old and says, "Hey, 5-year-old, you want to fuck?" that's not grooming. But if a 60-year-old comes to a 10-year-old and says, "I was your papa's best friend, and you know you can tell me anything," and they have this relationship, whether there's authority or not, but they have this relationship of trust and a back and forth going, and their plan is to have sex with them later, that's 100% grooming. Okay, you were never in a position of authority over Bree? I don't believe that I was in a position of authority, no. Let's look at page 528. So go to 513 first. 1 page removed. So this is you saw this at Joseph, the principal's deposition. He had this document titled January 8, 2009. He indicates that he called you on January 8, 2009 and puts the phone number down. Do you recall that the principal called you? Yes. And to the best of your recollection, was it on January 8, 2009? I have absolutely no idea when the date was. Okay, how about approximately that time period? Let me try to help you out. Yes, please. If you look at the next page, your resignation as the baseball coach is stamped from the office at Riverside, February 4th, 2009. Do you remember the principal calling you about a month before you resigned as baseball coach? I testified earlier today that it was a couple weeks or a few weeks after my phone conversation with Mr. Mo. So if that is accurate, that he wrote it on 1/8/2009, there's no reason to believe that it's not, because now that I look at his signature, the date is actually next to his signature as well. So I don't think he would have misdated it. There's no reason for him to do that. So that would line up with what I testified earlier. I think that it was a few weeks later, the February 4th date, that is. So yes, I think that's probably an accurate time frame. And do you recall he called you about the rumors going around the school about a 10th grade student? I have no idea what he said about a 10th grade student, but he specifically mentioned Bree. Okay. So the phone call was about you and Bree. Yes. Okay. And rumors about me and Bree is what the phone call was about. Hey, Tim, it's 12 o'clock. Do you want to take lunch? 5 minutes? Okay. Did he tell you in this phone conversation that he needed 100% truth from you? Yes. Me and Mr. Mo were good friends. And he asked you if you were speaking with Bree. From what I recall, yes, in a certain amount of words. And did you tell him you had spoken with her about an incident that happened with Joe Strzok? Yes. And did he ask you how you guys happened to get each other's phone numbers? I don't recall. It says here in the memo, Phil said that Rebecca Kovalich got his number and gave it to Bree. Does that ring a bell? I would have no idea what Becca gave to Bree. I do know she had my phone number. How? I assumed that it was from one of my kids that I coached. They all had my phone number because we would text all the time about the team. But Becca had given it to her, and that's what Becca said or Bree said. I didn't tell Mr. Mo that I know that because I don't know how she got it. Well, he asked you, according to this memo, if you ever got Bree any gifts at all. Uh-huh. He did ask you that question, yes. And you said no. No? Okay. But in fact, you've testified in this case that you bought her an Ed Hardy hat when you were in Florida in December 2008, correct? Yes. So why didn't you tell the principal about the hat? There were a couple things that I didn't consider gifts. I believe I bought her a hoagie. I remember she came in crying one time after the death of Joe with at least one of her friends, and I think I bought all of them a hoagie. This is from Subway. I don't consider something like that a gift, I guess. I was just kind of paying it forward in a way. The Ed Hardy hat was a weird situation, and I haven't explained that until now. But I had actually bought that for Dory. Dory didn't like it, not her style, not her thing. Ed Hardy's a very specific style. She didn't like it. I ended up giving it to Bree kind of as a cheer me up type thing. Uh-huh. When I talked to Mr. Mo about this particular conversation that we were talking about, I don't know if I categorized that at the time as a gift to Bree. I think my mind at the time probably would have said that was a gift for Dory that I ended up re-gifting, and I didn't say it because I didn't think of it that way. I wasn't trying to hide anything, obviously, because I did admit to talking to her and other things. I also resigned 3 weeks later. So you resigned because of the rumors about you and Bree? I resigned for several reasons. Number one, my real estate career was starting to really take off. No, it wasn't. I was one of the top realtors in the area in 2009. So after I resigned, my time became a lot more free for me to actually make money for myself and Dory. We were planning a big wedding. We had a lot of expenses coming up, so I tried to focus more on what was going to make us money. The JV baseball coach, I think, had a stipend of $2,800 a year, which is very small compared to what a real estate career should have done. So I resigned for a couple reasons. One of them, yes, was because I wanted to put an end to all the false rumors that were going around the school about me and Bree. Everybody in the school knew it, basically. Yes, I was talking to Bree, which is what I told Mr. Mo, and I remember asking Mr. Mo, do you think it's appropriate or needed for me to resign? And his answer was, I believe in a certain amount of words. He couldn't answer that directly because that would be up to the school board and not him as vice principal. At the time, he wasn't principal. He was vice principal, but he said, I think it would be a good decision. So to resign, that's what I did. So I did it for a number of reasons. Well, let me ask you, Phil, in the memo from the principal, he says that you told him you absolutely never bought her any gifts. That's what you told him. I don't know if I said those words. This is his memo, right? I have no idea if I said those exact words. I'm not calling him a liar. He wrote this, but I don't remember saying those exact words. And if I did, I just explained a couple minutes ago as to why I didn't think they were gifts, because it was re-gifted, No, because it was regifted. Not because it was regifted, because I bought it because I don't consider a regift to gift. Because I don't consider a regift not to gift. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I had bought it for Dory at the time in December. This was only on January 8th. I don't even know if I'd given it to Bree yet. I may have or I may have not. I don't remember. What about the tanning package you gave her too? You gave her a tanning package? That's disgusting. Could you imagine me buying a 15-year-old girl a tanning package at a local tanning salon? That's fucking disgusting. Just thinking about even if there's no other allegations, that's fucking disgusting. Holy fuck. That was a weird story with that. I didn't give her a tanning package. She was at the tanning salon and her credit card was denied. I called the tanning salon and paid for it. If you consider that a gift, then okay, it's a gift. How much was it? $30? And you testified in court that you gave her as a gift the tanning package, right? If what I just said is a gift, then yes, this is a gift. Well, she didn't pay for it. You paid for it, correct? Okay. I see it as a credit card got declined, so I picked up the tab. I didn't go. How did you know her credit card got declined? She told me. She called you on the phone and said, my credit card's declined? I don't remember. Could have been the phone or could have been through a text. I don't remember. Let's look at an exhibit, Scranton Times, 22, ST. This is the last page I'm reading, guys. ST 1829, please. Is that a copy of the certificate that you had hanging on your wall in one of your homes? I believe so, yes. This is the one that got lost when you moved to Shavertown? Yes. And this is the one I was asking you to produce rather than me using a photo of your videos? Yes. And where did you get this document that was hanging on your wall? It was mailed to me? Okay. And when was that? Shortly after I completed the course, which I thought was at Harvard University Business School. You got duped, right? I think so. Yeah, and you read the Harvard testimony from the two witnesses from Harvard that said, we don't hand out certificates that look like this. Yeah, I can't argue with their testimony. I mean, they are the institution, so I'm not going to argue against that. But I did have this document. This document was sent to me in this frame. It was a classy frame, too. It wasn't something that you get at Walmart. So Harvard not only sent you the document, they sent you a frame, too. Sorry. They sent you the frame too? A classy frame. Objection! I didn't say Harvard sent me anything. Apparently Harvard did not send me anything at all because I didn't take a class there. Right. But this was sent to me. Yes, the frame included. With the frame included? Yeah. Okay, back to 513 and then we'll take a break for lunch, okay? 513. Principal. Oh, 513, yes, got it. So about 10 lines from the bottom, the principal writes, he said that he doesn't speak to her anymore and hadn't in weeks. And he's referring to you, whether you're speaking to Bree anymore. Did you tell him on January 8th that you don't speak to her anymore and hadn't in weeks? Yeah. So the conversation with Mr. Mo happened after Bree had threatened me with police. That's when I stopped speaking to her. Right. And subsequently, the conversation, I thought it was over after that, but it wasn't. And that's when I had this conversation with Mr. Mo. And the second to last line says, make sure he has no contact or conversations with her. I told him to make sure he has no contact or conversations with her. Do you see that? Yes. And do you remember telling him telling you that? Yes. And did you listen to him? Yes. A few weeks later, my resignation was accepted. Only the next time I believe I started communicating with Bree would have been when I had heard that there was an investigation of me, and then I was really pissed. Okay, so it's fair to say that you heard about the investigation into you by the police about a year later in 2010? I wouldn't say a year later. I think I remember hearing about it and then a long period of time passing before I got arrested. So this is February 2009? So it would have definitely been after February 2009, but before July of 2010. But I remember it felt like a long time passing before I heard anything at all, so I didn't think anything was happening. And then suddenly I got arrested. Okay, let's take a break for lunch. Yes, we're going off the record. This time is 12:11 p.m. We are back on the record at 1:02 p.m. Phil, we had spent a good bit of time talking about the principal's memo dated January 8th and where he reports that you told him you don't speak to Bree anymore, right? And hadn't in weeks, right? Towards the bottom of the memo. Yep, I see that. Okay, this is somebody you looked up to, the principal, yeah? And did you heed his warning and not be in touch with Bree anymore? Objection! All right, that's it, guys. We're on page 146. Page 146. What I'm going to do is tomorrow I'll come on and start earlier. I could have started earlier today, but I didn't realize there was this many pages. We're on page 146. It looks like we're close to half, but tomorrow I'll try to start about 7 to 8, something like that, and we'll finish these up, okay? We'll just do a part 2 to it. Kick only. So make sure you tell everybody it's on Kick only. And if you're watching this replay on YouTube or whatever, make sure you're on Kick tomorrow. That'll be Saturday the 23rd, and we're going to finish up these documents, okay? Somebody send me a message that says page 146, and we'll pick up there. I'm going to leave this open tonight. I'll just leave my computer running, and we'll pick up there. I just don't want to push it and people not get interested and lose my fucking voice. We'll pick up right here tomorrow. Thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll see everybody on the next one. Have a good night, everybody. I can already feel my throat hurting where I've been talking for so long straight.
About if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name.
I'm going to go find a child to buy a tanning package for.
The rest of the world will be like, you don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off.
I can tell when my throat's getting sore because when I hit my vape, it kind of burns on the back. You got to get it.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen.
I'm going to go home and make Mariah's throat sore. You know what I mean? Have a good night, everybody. Love you. See you. Bye. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. Also, if you have an account and you've never commented here before, please comment. I'm trying to get partner. We'll build this up a little bit tomorrow, and maybe we'll finish it off tomorrow. But I'm trying to get partner over on Kick just as an income source. I greatly appreciate it. We're at like 237. Thank you, guys.
Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress.
Right, you can only ignore me so long before I'm gonna find me a Brie. Just telling you.
You told him if he did, he get fucking superpowers.
You're pulling a Dory, I'll tell you that much.
Shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the best. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get